Chapter 1862. An emperor god was very powerful. Even if one wanted to kill an early-stage emperor god, it would be very difficult unless one also had the power of an emperor god. However, although Lin Tian did not have the power of an emperor god, he had the corpse of an emperor god. He could unleash the power of an emperor god on the reincarnation road. Moreover, the King of Chaos and the other four were suppressed, and their god souls were unstable. As such, the battle was in Lin Tian's favor. It was not difficult for him to kill an emperor god here. Human. The King of Chaos's eyes were cold, and he was even more furious. In a short moment, 2 emperor god protectors from the chaotic tribe had died. The person who killed the 2 emperor god protectors was only a half-step heavenly god. Why are you not affected? Looking at Lin Tian controlling the corpse of an emperor god with his god soul, he asked coldly. Obviously, he could see that Lin Tian was not affected at all on the reincarnation road. At the same time, the other 2 emperor god protectors saw this too, and they were furious. I have a good character. Lin Tianlong smiled. As he said this, he did not stop moving. He controlled the corpse of an emperor god and closed in on the last 3 people. Stabilize your god souls and retreat back. Don't fight him head-on for now. The King of Chaos said coldly. As a peak emperor god, he was naturally not stupid. He knew that after traveling a distance from their initial position to here, their god souls would become very unstable. However, Lin Tian was not affected at all. As such, it was definitely not a good choice to fight Lin Tian here. The other 2 emperor god protectors naturally thought of this too. They nodded and quickly retreated back the way they came. We've already come this far. Why are you retreating? Lin Tian said coldly. His speed was very fast, and each step he took covered an endless distance. He fully unleashed the divine power of the divine emperor corpse and forcefully blocked their path of retreat. Then he used the remaining divine power and divine rules in the divine emperor corpse to unleash the chaos emperor's fist. Roar! Roar! The roar of a dragon and the cry of a phoenix reverberated. He did not hold back and went all out. All of a sudden, a dragon's shadow appeared and a phoenix's shadow appeared. They intertwined with a majestic force and pressed down on the 3 of them. King Hun Dun's expression was cold as he directly activated his super divine ability to face the attack. At the same time, the other 2 God Emperor protectors also activated their great divine abilities and stabilized their divine souls. However, on this path of reincarnation, the 3 of them were severely suppressed. Their battle prowess dropped significantly. Apart from the King of Chaos, who could still contend against the God Emperor corpse that Lin Tian was controlling, the other 2 God Emperor protectors really didn't have much resistance. Boom! The divine powers of the 4 men collided and intertwined with one another. Lin Tian controlled the God Emperor corpse and stepped forward. He crossed the sky full of divine light and appeared in front of another God Emperor protector in an instant. This God Emperor protector's expression immediately changed as he retreated rapidly. However, Lin Tian had already appeared in front of him. How could he allow him to retreat? He immediately threw out a punch. It was still the primal Chaos Emperor fist, and it landed directly on his opponent's head. Pooh! Blood splattered. He threw out a punch with the God Emperor corpse and smashed this person's head into pieces. At the same time, this person's body trembled. His divine soul was drawn out by the special power of the path of reincarnation, and he became sluggish. Lin Tian waved his hand and controlled the God Emperor corpse. He slapped down and smashed this person's divine soul into pieces. On the path of reincarnation, it's so easy to kill God Emperors. He whispered. As he spoke, he turned his head to look at the King of Chaos and the last God Emperor Protector. Without any hesitation, he directly pressed forward. With a boom, he waved his hand and used the primal Chaos Emperor fist again. The divine dragon's shadow and the phoenix's shadow appeared together and bombarded the 2 of them. Ants, don't be too proud. The King of Chaos's eyes were cold. With a boom, a treasure cauldron rushed out from behind him, intertwining with chaotic light. As this treasure cauldron appeared and hung above the King of Chaos's head, his aura couldn't help but rise. It was obviously much stronger than before. A pinnacle Emperor weapon. Lin Tian's expression changed. The Emperor weapon-level Primal Chaos Cauldron floated above the King of Chaos's head. The King of Chaos stared at Lin Tian with bone-chilling coldness and directly pressed forward. Originally, he didn't want to use this cauldron because, although this cauldron was powerful, it was his divine origin weapon and was related to his divine soul. Now that he used this cauldron, although his fighting power was much stronger, there was a disadvantage on the path of reincarnation. That was, his divine soul would become more unstable. If he wasn't careful, his divine soul would be drawn out by the path of reincarnation. However, at this time he had no other choice. Seeing the primal chaos protectors being killed by Lin Tian one after another and Lin Tian's aura becoming stronger and stronger, he felt great danger and could only use this killing cauldron. Boom! Once the primal chaos cauldron was out, even though the King of Chaos was still suppressed by the path of reincarnation and couldn't reach his peak fighting power, it was enough to be comparable to a middle-stage Emperor God. His speed increased a lot, and in the blink of an eye, he was close to Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression changed slightly and quickly retreated. When he lured the King of Chaos and the others to the path of reincarnation, he had considered the fighting power of the 5 of them and analyzed how the 5 of them would be suppressed on the path of reincarnation. However, he neglected something like an Emperor weapon. Moreover, the primal chaos cauldron that the King of Chaos took out at this time was obviously not an ordinary Emperor weapon. It was definitely forged with super divine materials, and its power was too terrifying. At this moment, he who had an absolute advantage on the path of reincarnation couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. However, even though he was a little apprehensive, he wasn't afraid because this was the path of reincarnation. As a reincarnated body, this place was his absolute battlefield. He retreated at a very fast speed and was boundless away in a flash. The King of Chaos didn't hesitate and chased after him. He took out the primal chaos cauldron, and his divine soul became even more unstable. He couldn't take out the primal chaos cauldron for too long. The longer he maintained it, the more dangerous it would be for him on the path of reincarnation. Therefore, he had to suppress Lin Tian in the shortest time possible. Only by suppressing Lin Tian could he possibly leave this place alive. Lin Tian saw the King of Chaos chasing after him and roughly knew what the other party was thinking at this moment. He quickened his pace. After an unknown period of time, wisps of white fog suddenly appeared on the path of reincarnation in front of him. He glanced at the King of Chaos, who was chasing behind him, and used the origin of reincarnation to protect his body and rushed into the fog. The King of Chaos controlled the primal chaos cauldron and rushed in without hesitation. However, the moment he rushed in, his King of Chaos body trembled and quickly retreated. Damn it! The moment he rushed into the white fog, his memory was in a mess and a lot of it disappeared. He even forgot how to use some divine abilities and secret techniques. This natural Mengpa soup, no, Mengpa fog, how does it taste? Chapter 1863. Dong! With a loud bang, Lin Tian swung the Chaos Emperor fist, and the dragon and phoenix shadows appeared again. The dragon and phoenix shadows changed direction and appeared behind the King of Chaos. They roared and charged at the King of Chaos, preventing him from retreating out of the white fog. The King of Chaos naturally saw through Lin Tian's intentions. He was furious as he smashed the Chaos Cauldron toward the dragon and phoenix shadows. Boom! The two collided and exploded with divine light. The dragon and phoenix shadows were immediately shattered. However, at this moment, Lin Tian controlled the God Emperor corpse and appeared behind the King of Chaos. He strengthened the Chaos Emperor fist and punched out fiercely. This punch landed firmly on the King of Chaos' back. The King of Chaos trembled and was smashed deeper into the white fog. And, after being smashed deeper into the white fog, the King of Chaos trembled even more violently. Although he did not suffer any substantial damage, his memory was rapidly fading, and his spirit became even more unstable. He roared in anger and controlled the Chaos Cauldron to protect himself. He once again charged out of the strange white fog. Don't even think about leaving once you're in. Lin Tianling laughed. He had encountered the white fog on the reincarnation road before. It could erase the memories of living beings. He purposely lured the King of Chaos here. How could he let the King of Chaos out now? Being in this, the battle situation was even more advantageous to him. Even if the King of Chaos took out a peak-level Emperor Divine Weapon, he would not be a threat to him here. He stepped forward and swung the Chaos Emperor fist again. His attack was simple and violent. Get lost! The King of Chaos roared. He shook the Chaos Cauldron and attacked Lin Tian. He looked anxious and anxious. Being in this, his memory was constantly fading. If this continued, he would gradually forget who he was. This was even more terrifying than being severely injured. Moreover, being in this, his spirit became even more unstable. It seemed like it could be forced out of his body at any time. As such, he did not dare to continue staying in this place. At this time, he attacked Lin Tian with all his strength. With a rumble, the Chaos Cauldron shook violently. The chaotic light boiled and surged violently. It was intimidating. King of Chaos, you're weaker than before, Lin Tian said. At the same time, his fist was in front of the King of Chaos. Boom! 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 The two collided, and a destructive shockwave erupted. Lin Tian's godly soul entered the Emperor God's corpse and trembled violently a few times. His godly soul was almost shaken out of the Emperor God's corpse by the King of Chaos. He couldn't help but feel astonished. He couldn't help but admit that a peak Emperor God like the King of Chaos was really terrifying. Now that he was on the reincarnation road and was in this strange fog that was constantly erasing his memories, he still had such godly power. Towards this, he couldn't help but become even more solemn and raise his attention to 120% because he was really afraid that he would fail miserably at such an easy task. Boom! 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 Divine power vibrated continuously as they clashed again and again. In the blink of an eye, more than an hour had passed. Scram! The King of Primal Chaos let out a furious roar. At this moment, his body trembled violently, and the divine power fluctuations outside his body became incomparably chaotic. His aura was clearly much weaker, and soul light scuttled out. Clearly, the King of Chaos was about to reach his limit after spending an entire hour in this strange mist. Most of his memories had been erased, and his soul was about to be forced out of his body. From the moment you stepped into this place, your ending was already decided. You can only have your body and soul destroyed. Lin Tianling smiled. He used his godly soul to control the Emperor God's corpse and brandished the Chaos Emperor fist. He avoided the Chaos Cauldron and landed a punch on the King of Chaos. With a bang, the King of Chaos was sent flying and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. The soul light outside his body became denser, and his divine power became even more chaotic. Lin Tian didn't stop. He didn't give the other party any time to react and pressed forward again. Roar! Roar! He brandished the Chaos Emperor fist, and the dragon and phoenix shadows appeared again. They let out dragon and phoenix cries and drowned out the King of Chaos. The King of Chaos wanted to dodge, but the current situation was really terrible to the extreme. It was simply impossible to dodge. The next moment, the dragon and phoenix shadows approached and drowned him with a bang. With a bang, the King of Chaos was sent flying again. His godly soul became even more unstable, and the soul light that spread outside his body became denser. You can't go on. Don't force yourself to hold on, Lin Tian said indifferently. After being in this strange mist for such a long time, even though the King of Chaos had the chaotic king physique and was at the level of a peak emperor god, he couldn't withstand it anymore. This was because this was within reincarnation, the most supreme and most fundamental power of heaven and earth. In this kind of power, even the strongest emperor god wouldn't be enough. Human, and damn despicable thing. The King of Chaos roared, and his eyes were red. I'm unwilling to accept this. I was schemed against by a worm like you. At this time, he was very clear that he couldn't take it anymore. He was already forced into a desperate situation on the reincarnation road. This made him angry and regretful. He was the king of a clan, a peak emperor god, but now he was actually lured into the reincarnation road by a half-step, heavenly god-level human, and was about to disappear. If I die, you die too. He stared at Lin Tian and roared angrily. With a boom, his body suddenly expanded like a balloon. At the same time, the divine light on the cauldron of chaos became chaotic. In an instant, cracks appeared, and an extremely terrifying aura of destruction spread out. He couldn't take it anymore. His godly soul was about to be forced out of his body. Moreover, he had been in the reincarnation road for quite some time. He was very clear that once his godly soul left his body, he would be finished. Since he was going to be finished, he wanted to drag Lin Tian along. At this moment, he decisively detonated his physical body, godly soul, and chaotic cauldron. Lin Tian's expression changed. He naturally saw what the King of Chaos was doing. He felt a chill down his spine and ran away without looking back. A peak emperor god with the chaotic king physique self-destructed along with a peak emperor weapon. He didn't even dare to imagine the destructive power after that. Swoosh! His speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he was extremely far away. It was also at this moment that the King of Chaos and chaotic cauldron exploded together. The destructive waves rolled, and it was extremely terrifying. Lin Tian's speed was very fast. He was already very far away. However, the destructive waves after the King of Chaos self-destructed were even faster. In the blink of an eye, it swept in front of him. Lin Tian's godly soul trembled and his expression changed. Because at this moment he couldn't avoid the destructive waves at all. Once he was swept in by the destructive waves, he didn't need to think to know the outcome. He would definitely die, and his body and soul would be destroyed. However, in the next moment, his eyes couldn't help but widen. The destructive waves, after the King of Chaos self-destructed, swept in front of him, and it stopped spreading. He hurriedly retreated a few hundred feet and looked in front of him again. He realized that the destructive power after the King of Chaos self-destructed extended to the front and back of the ancient road for a range of 10,000 feet. It stopped spreading, and the destructive power was limited to this range. Chapter 1864. The self-destruction of an Emperor God Expert and a Pinnacle Emperor Divine weapon was terrifying. It could cover more than 10,000 zhang, and it could even destroy a macro world. Edited by Lifer. Fingerfox, however, the King of Chaos and the Peak Emperor weapon had both self-destructed, but the destruction had only spread to a radius of 100,000 feet. This was completely abnormal. The only reason he could think of was the influence of the reincarnation road. He shook his head and felt sorry for the King of Chaos. He thought he could take him with him after self-destruction, but the effect of the reincarnation road only covered 100,000 feet. However, in the next moment, his expression changed again. In front of him, a ray of divine light appeared in the destructive waves. A strange talisman appeared, intertwined with a familiar aura. Reincarnation Chi? His expression changed. The aura of this talisman was very similar to the aura of the reincarnation road. Following the appearance of this talisman, the destructive light waves caused by the self-destruction of the King of Chaos vibrated and began to shrink back. Then, in the next moment, the King of Chaos' physical body reformed and opened his eyes. Lin Tian was shocked. The King of Chaos, who had self-destructed, had come back to life. In front of him, the king of chaos' physical body reformed. His eyes were filled with shock and astonishment as he looked at the floating talisman. The ancient talisman that the Lord gave me! Back then, because of some great merit, he was bestowed this ancient talisman by an incomparably ancient existence. At that time, he didn't sense what this ancient talisman was, nor did he ask what it was. Who would have thought that after he self-destructed, this ancient talisman would actually allow him to be reborn? Ka! A cracking sound was heard. Cracks appeared on the ancient talisman, and a strange light leaked out, enveloping the king of chaos. His physical body immediately became faint. Lin Tian's expression changed again. It seemed that the king of chaos was not going to be harmed, but was being taken away by the reincarnation chi on the ancient talisman to leave the reincarnation road. The king of chaos clearly felt this as well. At this moment he was relieved. He could leave. At the same time, he looked at Lin Tian coldly. His voice was extremely cold. Before his figure faded to the extreme, he raised his hand and blasted out a beam of chaotic killing light towards Lin Tian. With a boom, this chaotic killing light was extremely powerful. In the blink of an eye, it landed on the God Emperor corpse that Lin Tian had entered with his spirit. Pooh! Blood splattered, and the sturdy God Emperor corpse was directly shattered by him. Lin Tian's spirit flew out and wrapped around the immortal Emperor Pagoda. For a moment, large cracks appeared on his spirit. It was also at this time that the king of chaos's body faded away, leaving only a pair of extremely cold eyes. He looked at Lin Tian's soul that flew out and said, "Lowly worm, when you walk out of here, I will make you suffer for eternity." Once these words were spoken, the primal Chaos King's physical body completely disappeared, forcibly leaving this path of reincarnation. Lin Tian's soul floated on the path of reincarnation. Because it carried the origin of reincarnation, it was not affected by the path of reincarnation. Someone behind the Chaos King controls the power of reincarnation. Looking at the place where the King of Chaos disappeared, his pupils constricted. The reincarnation energy on that ancient talisman was extremely weak, but as a reincarnated being he could not be wrong. There was indeed a trace of the power of reincarnation on it. This he was horrified. In this world, there was already someone who controlled the power of reincarnation. This was definitely a very terrifying thing, because controlling the power of reincarnation meant that one already controlled a trace of the world's reincarnation. This was very shocking. Just how powerful was that existence? How many reincarnations did he control? He felt a chill down his spine, just like what he had said to Whooshing Crocodile and Little Taichu before. Reincarnation was the foundation of the world. Once someone completely controlled reincarnation, the world would definitely fall into chaos. This kind of thing should not be controlled by anyone. At the same time, he finally understood why the invincible human kings on the side of Celestial venerate Zonglong, and the others had also suffered at the hands of the Chaos King and the others. It turned out that the forces behind the Chaos King and the others were so terrifying that there was an existence who controlled the power of reincarnation. Controlling a few reincarnations? Even the invincible human king would not have a chance of winning against that kind of existence, right? His heart was very heavy. Whoosh! On the path of reincarnation, a gentle breeze suddenly swept up wisps of wind. Behind him, a soul walked over with a dull expression, walking mechanically toward the end of the path of reincarnation. Lin Tian looked over. This soul was one of the 4 protectors of the Chaos tribe of this generation, named Luo Zihuai. He was the only remaining divine emperor protector on the path of reincarnation. When the Chaos King was chasing after him, this person did not follow. Now it seemed that he was affected by the path of reincarnation, and his soul had been forced out of his body. He took out the physical body from the immortal Emperor Pagoda, and his soul entered it. Then he looked at this person's soul, raised his hand, grabbed it, and used the reincarnation diagram to erase the consciousness of this person's soul. Then he used his divine will to explore this soul, searching for information about the mixed sacred source. He believed that as the current divine emperor protector of the Chaos tribe, this person should know some clues. In the blink of an eye, dozens of breaths passed. There's one in the Chaos temple. A light flashed in his eyes. The mixed sacred source was priceless. After refining it, one could turn into a powerful chaotic body. Even in the Chaos world, it was a super rare treasure. There was such a piece in the Chaos temple, and it had been kept secret for hundreds of thousands of years. Even though such an item could turn ordinary members of the chaotic tribe into a chaotic body, the King of Chaos did not give it away because such an item was too precious. It also had other uses. How do I get it in the Chaos temple? Originally, if his previous plan had not gone wrong, the Chaos King and the others would all be buried on this ancient road. He would be almost invincible in the Chaos world without any celestial emperors, and it would not be difficult for him to find the Chaos Saint Source and the Soul Saint Source. But now the Chaos King was not dead and had safely left this ancient road, so he must have returned to the Chaos Temple. In this case, it would be extremely difficult for him to go to the Chaos Temple to get the mixed sacred source. He stood in place and pondered. After dozens of breaths, his eyes suddenly moved, and he could not help but squint. "Chaos, old bastard, when I get out, I will give you a big gift," he muttered to himself. As he spoke, he grabbed the soul of this Luo nitrogen scholar and walked toward the back of the ancient road. Not long after, he found this person's physical body and placed this person's soul into it, so that this person's physical body and soul became one, and he opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with confusion and dullness, because his consciousness had been erased by him just now. "Old man, you self-destructed to kill me. I will give you a self-destructing divine emperor." He laughed sinisterly. Chapter 1865. This primal chaos tribe protector named Luo Lanshu had lost his own consciousness. He had become a living puppet. Lin Tian controlled him and put him into the immortal Emperor Pagoda. After that, he walked to the back of the reincarnation path and put away the two well-preserved corpses of the primal chaos tribe protectors. The God Emperor level flesh shell was definitely a great weapon of mass destruction. It was extremely valuable. After doing that, he didn't stop and walked to the end of the reincarnation path. After that, he walked with all his might. It took him 3 months to reach the end of the reincarnation path and reach the abyss. When he reached the edge of the abyss, he took out the reincarnation map and was about to jump down. However, he hesitated and stopped. Looking down, he couldn't see the bottom of the abyss. There was a hazy light mist below. This light mist was dark gray. He couldn't sense any energy fluctuation, and he couldn't sense any dangerous aura. "I wonder if I can bring some of this out," he muttered to himself. Although this dark gray mist didn't have any energy fluctuation or dangerous aura, he knew that this thing was definitely terrifying. It could probably even devour God Emperors. Right now, the most powerful vessel he had was undoubtedly the immortal Emperor Pagoda. He paused, gritted his teeth, and took out the immortal Emperor Pagoda. He carefully descended, preparing to use the immortal Emperor Pagoda to absorb some of the gray fog. He controlled it very carefully. Soon, the immortal Emperor Pagoda arrived at the bottom of the abyss and took in some of the gray mist. Chi! With a soft sound, a corner of the immortal Emperor Pagoda broke. Lin Tian's expression changed. He quickly put away the immortal Emperor Pagoda. Looking at the broken corner of the immortal Emperor Pagoda, he felt his heart ache. In the past, when the immortal Emperor Pagoda was broken into pieces, it could be easily reassembled without any loss. However, this time, the broken corner was completely broken, and it had lost a portion of its primordial essence. He used his divine power to move the primordial essence in the other parts of the immortal Emperor Pagoda, mending the broken corner. Although it was mended, its power would be weaker than before. Although it was only a tiny bit weaker, he still felt his heart ache. This was his divine weapon of origin. He looked at the abyss and the dark, gray mist. He couldn't accept it. This thing was absolutely terrifying. As long as he brought out even a trace of it, it could turn into a super killing weapon. He was really envious of it. I wonder if it'll work if I wrap it with a bit of my reincarnation origin light. He muttered to himself. Previously, he had used the reincarnation diagram to isolate this dark, gray mist. Then he brought the whooshing crocodile and the little Taichu away from this reincarnation road. After thinking about it, if he used his own reincarnation origin light as a membrane, perhaps he could bring away a trace of this thing. When he thought of this, he immediately moved. He took out a wisp of reincarnation origin light to absorb the gray fog again. He was extremely careful. This time he sucked in a wisp of this gray fog and wrapped it in the reincarnation source light. The gray fog jumped slightly and then calmed down. It really works. His eyes lit up. Immediately he began to move. He used some of his reincarnation origin light as a barrier and carefully swept up strand after strand of this dark gray fog. In the end, he only stopped when he had collected a head-sized cluster of dark gray fog. The size of a head was very small, but this thing itself was very terrifying. It was already very scary to collect so much of it. Moreover, he didn't dare to collect too much of it. If he carried too much of this thing with him, it would explode. Even if he was a reincarnated body, he would still be in danger. After all, he couldn't always use the reincarnation diagram and reincarnation origin light to protect himself. If he carried too much of this thing and it suddenly exploded, it would directly destroy his physical body and spirit. And once his physical body and spirit were destroyed, even if his reincarnation origin was preserved, it would be useless. If both his physical body and spirit were destroyed, then his body and spirit would be destroyed. He wrapped the head-sized dark gray fog with the reincarnation origin light and carefully put it into the Immortal Emperor Pagoda. This time, the Immortal Emperor Pagoda was very stable. This made him let out a long sigh of relief. At the end of reincarnation, this thing, let's call it reincarnation matter. He muttered to himself. The next moment, with a buzzing sound, the reincarnation diagram propped up and protected his physical body. He directly jumped down from the abyss. Not long after, darkness covered his vision. Then it became bright again. He left the reincarnation road and reappeared in the chaotic world. He could feel the chaotic aura intertwining in the air of the chaotic world. Let's find those two guys first, he said, and directly tore open a void passage. Not long after, he appeared in a desolate, ancient mountain and spread out his divine consciousness. Not long after, two rays of light rushed out from the depths of the mountain. It was the whooshing crocodile and the little Taichu. Kid, you didn't go to the reincarnation road? The King of Chaos is still outside. The whooshing crocodile said, but what exactly did you do? 3 months ago, the King of Chaos was furious. The chaotic light pierced a huge hole in the sky. It took a full 7 days to recover. In the entire chaotic world, almost all the cultivators of the chaotic tribe are on the move. It's 10 times more exaggerated than before. Almost every distance, there is a group of cultivators of the chaotic tribe searching for you. During this period, the cultivators of the chaotic tribe were almost on the move. They were madly searching for Lin Tian's traces in the chaotic world. Just the mountain where he and the little Taichu were hiding alone was searched by more than 100 groups of cultivators of the chaotic tribe. There were a few times when they almost found them. Lin Tian heard this and did not have any doubts. When the King of Chaos escaped from the reincarnation road, he did not need to think to know that he would be extremely angry. He did not hide anything and simply explained what happened after he lured the King of Chaos and the others into the reincarnation road. What? There is someone behind the King of Chaos who can control the power of reincarnation. The whooshing crocodile's expression changed immediately. He did not care that the 4 chaotic tribe god emperor protectors of this generation had died on the reincarnation road. He was shocked by the ancient talisman with the power of reincarnation. Even little Alpha, Primordium's eyes were wide open in shock. The King of Chaos and the Grand Supreme are in the same camp. The power behind these old farts is so terrifying. The whooshing crocodile's heart palpitated. It's terrifying. Lin Tian Ondao. After saying this, he did not continue to discuss this matter with the whooshing crocodile and the little Taichu. He asked them to leave. Let's go to the sacred city of chaos and give the king of chaos a big gift. He said so. What gift? The whooshing crocodile stared. How are you going to trick that old fart? Not this time. Lin Tianling smiled. This time it's more direct. What do you mean? What are you going to do? Fight head-on? The whooshing crocodile was surprised. The little Taichu also tilted his little head and looked at him curiously. Don't worry. You'll know when the time comes. Chapter 1866. The sacred city of chaos wasn't very close to where they were now. It would take a long time to get there. Lin Tian called out to the whooshing crocodile and little Taichu and stepped out of this place. Chaos cultivators were almost everywhere in the chaos realm. They were all searching for Lin Tian. The man and the two beasts carefully avoided these cultivators. It took them about a month to get to the outskirts of the sacred city of chaos. At this time, the number of chaotic tribe cultivators in the sacred city of chaos had decreased by more than half. Most of them had left to search for him in various parts of the world. The king of chaos should still be in this city. Lin Tian muttered to himself. In a no-man's land outside the sacred city of chaos, he took out the immortal Emperor Pagoda and called out the chaos protector named Luo Natakwi. Divine Emperor, he's alive! Whooshing Crocodile was shocked. Don't worry, this is one of the 4 chaos protectors. I've already erased his consciousness from the cycle of reincarnation. Lin Tiandao. He'd told the whooshing crocodile and little Taichu that he'd killed the 4 chaos protectors, but he didn't go into too much detail. At least, the whooshing crocodile and the little guy didn't know what the 4 chaos protectors looked like. Whooshing crocodile's expression changed. There are fluctuations of life on him. It's not caused by immortal medicine, is it? You didn't kill him? No, I kept him for the king of chaos. Lin Tian smiled sinisterly. Whooshing crocodile couldn't help but tremble. Kid, you're smiling so slyly. What are you planning? You'll find out soon enough. Lin Tiandao. With that, he sent out a wave of telekinesis and called out Luo Natakwi to step into the sacred city of chaos. Then he called out to the whooshing crocodile and little Taichu, and they retreated into the distance. You can control the chaos protectors. And why are you retreating into the distance after coming here? Whooshing Crocodile was confused. Little Taichu looked at Lin Tian curiously. His consciousness has been erased by me. Now he is equivalent to a simple puppet. Naturally, he will listen to my orders and can be controlled. Lin Tian explained. As for why we're retreating, it's still the same. You'll know soon enough. He took Whooshing Crocodile and little Taichu and left the sacred city of primal chaos very quickly. It was at this time that the chaos protector named Luo Nazui, under his control, walked to the center of the sacred city of primal chaos. Some of the cultivators in the sacred city of primal chaos paid their respects, so naturally, no one dared to stop them. After all, among the ordinary chaos tribe cultivators, this person was a super big shot. All right, that's about it. He spoke. They were now 1,000,000 feet away from the sacred city of primal chaos. It was impossible to see the sacred city of primal chaos with ordinary eyes. However, for a powerful cultivator like him, he could use his powerful divine consciousness to scan that place. He shouted in that direction, "Chaos Protector, come out and receive your gifts." His voice was mixed with a powerful divine consciousness, and it was directed in a specific direction. In the blink of an eye, it resounded throughout the sacred city of primal chaos. In the sacred city of primal chaos, The cultivators of the Chaos tribe who stayed behind were shocked. They all turned to look in the direction of the voice, and then naturally, they scanned Lin Tian with their divine consciousness. It's him, the human that the king wants to suppress. Catch him! The cultivators of the Chaos tribe all looked cold. Among them, there were even divine emperors. They immediately rushed toward Lin Tian. However, at this time, the sacred city of primal chaos shook violently. The Chaos Protector stepped out of the sacred city of primal chaos. King, the cultivators of the Chaos tribe who were about to rush toward Lin Tian all stopped and bowed in unison. The Chaos Protector didn't care about these people at all. He looked in the direction of Lin Tian's voice and said, "Aunt." His voice was extremely cold. When he thought of everything that had happened on the reincarnation road, the murderous intent in his heart rushed out and turned into terrifying waves. It was so terrifying that the nearby cultivators of the Chaos tribe all spat out blood and flew away. Then, like the other cultivators of the Chaos tribe in the sacred city of primal chaos, he directly stepped toward Lin Tian. "Don't be in such a hurry, Chaos Protector. Let's see who else is in the sacred city of primal chaos. I have sent back one of your protectors." Lin Tian stood 1,000,000 feet away from the sacred city of primal chaos. He scanned the sacred city with his divine consciousness and said, The Chaos Protector tilted his head and immediately saw the protector named Luo Lanqiu. His eyes immediately narrowed. When he was still on the reincarnation road, 3 of the 4 protectors had died. Only this last one was left. He had escaped the reincarnation road thanks to the special ancient talisman. He was sure that the last protector of the Chaos Protector on the reincarnation road would definitely die. However, at this moment, this protector was not dead. He was sent back to the sacred city of primal chaos by Lin Tian. He suddenly had a bad feeling because he didn't think that Lin Tian would be kind enough to send him back. Lin Tian stood 1,000,000 feet away and scanned the sacred city of primal chaos with his divine consciousness. He smiled sinisterly and said, "Explode!" As soon as he said that, the body of the protector named Luo Lanqiu in the sacred city of primal chaos shook. A destructive aura instantly spread out. His entire body began to glow and self-destruct. The Chaos Protector's expression changed immediately. Boom! There was a huge explosion. The consciousness of the Chaos Protector named Luo Lanqiu was erased by Lin Tian. He was completely a puppet. Under Lin Tian's will, he was ready to self-destruct. At this moment, under Lin Tian's will, he directly exploded. Rolling destructive aura surged out majestically. In just an instant, the entire chaos world shook. The sacred city of primal chaos was instantly drowned in destructive light waves. The whooshing crocodile and the little Taichu looked at this place with their divine consciousness from afar. They couldn't help but widen their eyes. So ruthless. The whooshing crocodile trembled again. At this moment, he finally understood why Lin Tian had let the Chaos Protector return to the sacred city of primal chaos. He also understood why he wanted them to stay away from the sacred city of primal chaos. It turned out that he wanted the Chaos Protector to self-destruct in the sacred city. He wanted a God Emperor to self-destruct. The purpose of leaving the sacred city of primal chaos was to avoid the destructive impact of the God Emperor's self-destruction. The little Taichu trembled. He looked in the direction of the sacred city of primal chaos with his eyes wide open. With a rumble, the destructive aura in the sacred city of primal chaos filled the sky. The wind and the waves surged violently. Everything in the surroundings was destroyed, one by one. Retreat again! Lin Tian called the whooshing crocodile and the little Taichu to retreat again. The destructive impact of a God Emperor's self-destruction was too terrifying. Even though they were 1,000,000 feet away from the sacred city of primal chaos, they still felt threatened. In the blink of an eye, they retreated another 1,000,000 feet away. At this point, even with the divine consciousness of a true God, they could barely see the scene in the sacred city of primal chaos. There, the destructive light waves and the vast ocean were tumbling. It was not until more than 100 breaths later that the destructive light wave weakened. As far as the eye could see, the entire sacred city of primal chaos, apart from the sacred city of primal chaos, had been completely destroyed. Even everything within 1,000,000 feet of the sacred city of primal chaos had disappeared completely. And Beast. Chapter 1867. With an angry roar, the king of chaos reformed his body and looked at Lin Tian in the distance. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. In the blink of an eye, the entire primal chaos sacred city, except for the primal chaos holy temple, which was protected by a special divine formation, was destroyed. All the primal chaos clan members, except for him, were dead. He's still alive? Far away, Whooshing Crocodile was shocked. A god-emperor level powerhouse self-destructed. Furthermore, it was right in front of the primal chaos king. However, the primal chaos king actually managed to survive. Lin Tian was also surprised, but it was only a little. After all, he was much clearer than the 5 elements crocodile about how terrifying the king of primal chaos was. He had the king of primal chaos physique and was already at the peak of the emperor god realm. He had many world-shaking techniques. Even if he's alive, he's just an arrow at the end of its flight. He narrowed his eyes and took a few steps forward. He activated the Chaos Emperor Fist and smashed it down. Boom! A loud boom rang out, and the entire world trembled along with it. The next moment, with a bang, his fist landed on the King of Chaos' face and sent him flying. Chaos blood splattered in the sky. In the distance, Whooshing Crocodile and little Taichu were shocked. He sent the King of Chaos flying with his own strength. Whooshing Crocodile stared. But in the next moment, when he and little Tai-Chu stepped out of the ruined Primal Chaos Holy City and scanned the Primal Chaos King with their divine sense, the shock disappeared. They discovered that although the Primal Chaos King had survived, he had suffered unimaginable injuries. At this time, he was at most comparable to a half-step heavenly god. Lin Tian was also a half-step divine god and had the strongest reincarnation body. Naturally, he was not weaker than the King of Chaos. It was normal for him to be able to send the King of Chaos flying with one punch. The King of Chaos was sent flying and tumbled far away. However, he quickly stood up again and glared at Lin Tian. His eyes were filled with anger. He was a peak god emperor who had lived for countless years. Now he had been tricked by a half-step heavenly deity of a later generation. First, he had been lured onto the path of reincarnation. His 4 great protectors had fallen, and he had almost died. He had escaped with great difficulty. Now he had been detonated by Lin Tian using a god-emperor protector, causing him to receive a punch after being injured. He was enraged to the extreme, but at the same time he was extremely aggrieved. He, a peak emperor god, the king of the primal chaos race, was actually punched in the face by a half-step heavenly god. You still dare to glare at me in this situation? You're asking for a beating. Lin Tian sneered as he took a step forward and arrived in front of him. Boom! The void trembled and shattered. He punched out with his primal chaos emperor fist again. Dragons and phoenixes appeared and intertwined at the tip of his fist. The King of Chaos was very powerful. However, under the destructive waves of the God Emperor that he had detonated, he was only left with the strength of a half-step heavenly god. He was not afraid at all. And the King of Chaos was furious. He immediately propped up a primal chaos divine river. Stars revolved around it, intertwining with the most primitive king of chaos. King's territory, primal chaos, celestial river. As the king's territory appeared, the void in all directions shook. Primal chaos divine power shrouded Lin Tian majestically. Lin Tianling smiled and did not dodge. He directly entered the primal chaos, celestial river, and took another step forward to the King of Chaos. The King of Chaos was immediately moved. You bang! There was a muffled sound, mixed with the cries of dragons and phoenixes. Lin Tian's fist landed on the King of Chaos' face again. With a poof, blood splattered, and the King of Chaos was sent flying again. "And what did you do just now?" The King of Chaos could not help but ask as he steadied himself. His king's territory was useless against Lin Tian. Lin Tianji sneered and did not say anything. He waved his Chaos Emperor fist and attacked the King of Chaos again. Originally, if the King of Chaos was in his peak state, although his physique could restrain all kings' territories and powerful bloodlines in the world, he could not resist the other party's king's territory because the difference in cultivation level was too great. However, now that the King of Chaos was severely injured and only had the strength of a half-step heavenly god, the power of the king's territory that he used was greatly reduced. Naturally, he did not take it seriously at all. He could completely make it ineffective. Boom! As he threw a punch, the void in all directions trembled and then collapsed. With a bang, the King of Chaos was undoubtedly in trouble again. He was sent flying again by his punch. Chaos blood splattered in the void again. He did not stop and took another step forward, continuing to press forward. It was also at this moment that there was a rumbling sound. In the distance, waves of majestic divine power appeared one after another and approached this place. There's the aura of a divine emperor in it. This whooshing crocodile's expression changed. Lin Tian looked at the boundless divine might that was approaching from afar. There were at least 100 of them. In an instant, he realized that these divine might must be from the super elites of the primal chaos tribe, because he had detonated the Emperor God's protector and created an extremely terrifying destructive power here. These super elites of the primal chaos tribe sensed it and rushed over here. Among the 100 waves of divine power, he sensed at least a dozen auras at the divine emperor level. The rest of the auras were at least at the god king level. It was extremely terrifying when combined. However, his expression did not change in the slightest. He waved his right hand and summoned 2 emperor corpses from the immortal emperor pagoda. They were the corpses of 2 of the 4 divine emperors of the chaotic tribe. He had destroyed their souls on the path of reincarnation and brought their corpses out of there. Enter the main body and fight with your souls. Next, kill as many chaotic tribe cultivators as they come. He said to Whooshing Crocodile and Little Taichu. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes lit up immediately. Don't worry, it's a piece of cake. The corpses of God Emperor level experts were definitely great killing machines. Just the strength of the corpses alone could destroy everything below the God Emperor level. Whooshing Crocodile and Little Taichu controlled the 2 corpses with their souls. It did not matter if they were God Kings or God Emperors. They would kill them all. Without any hesitation, Whooshing Crocodile's soul stepped out of its body and instantly entered one of the corpses. As soon as it entered and adapted, it could not help but throw a simple punch. It immediately shattered the vast void. This strength! It's so powerful! It exclaimed excitedly. On the other side, Little Taichu's soul entered the other god emperor corpse. After adapting, it casually slapped its palm. Another crack rang out, and the vast expanse of space was reduced to rubble again. I'll leave the attackers to you. I'll keep your bodies first. Lin Tiandao put Whooshing Crocodile and Little Taichu's bodies into the immortal Emperor Pagoda. Then, his gaze fell on the King of Chaos again. Without any hesitation, he attacked with his Emperor Fist. Almost at the same time, more than 100 auras approached from afar. There were more than 100 chaotic tribe cultivators. Each of them was tall and strong. Among them, there were 87 god kings and 18 god emperors. When they reached this place, the chaotic tribe cultivators were shocked. The chaotic sacred city had been completely destroyed. Chapter 1868. The hundreds of experts from the chaotic tribe were stunned. The chaotic sacred city had been razed to the ground. A half-step, heavenly god human had punched their invincible king. It's the human that our king ordered us to suppress. Our king is being. He has something to do with the destruction of the sacred city. Don't worry about it. Help our king suppress him first. Go. Although these people were very shocked, they could tell what was going on. The king of their clan was being punched by a half-step heavenly god. They naturally couldn't just watch and do nothing. They all rushed towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian did not react. He punched the chaotic emperor fist again and again, landing on the king of chaos. The hundreds of experts charged toward Lin Tian. Their combined power was terrifying. Old fogies, stop right there. Whooshing Crocodile chuckled. He controlled the emperor god corpse and blocked the way. He appeared in front of one of the experts and punched him. With a dong sound, it was just a simple punch, yet it directly shattered everything, blasting a divine king into pieces. Moreover, even his divine soul was destroyed. On the other side, little Taichu controlled another emperor god corpse and punched a supreme being into pieces. Guardians, the hundreds of experts from the chaotic tribe were shocked when they saw Whooshing Crocodile and little Taichu controlling the chaotic guardians that they were familiar with. However, they were not weak after all. They had good eyesight and soon found out something was wrong. No, the two guardians. I can't feel any signs of life. It's someone else. He's controlling the corpses of the two guardians. The two guardians have been killed. How can this be? They were shocked again. The guardians of their tribe were emperor gods. Now they were dead. Bang! There was a dull thud. Blood splattered in the distance. The king of chaos was sent flying again by Lin Tian. This shocked the hundreds of chaotic race experts who were charging at them. Help the king! Someone shouted. At this time, most of them rushed towards Lin Tian and the king of chaos. The scene before their eyes shocked them again and again. But now, they still had to help their king first. You can't go through. Whooshing Crocodile sneered. He controlled the corpse of the god emperor and punched out, crushing everything in its path. At the same time, the little Taichu did not stay idle. He controlled the god emperor's corpse and simply sent out a slap. With a cracking sound, the surrounding space was destroyed on the spot. Pooh! 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 Blood splashed out one after another. The dozens of experts who had rushed over were met with misfortune. Awesome. It feels so good. Whooshing Crocodile howled. The power of the emperor god's corpse was too strong. Even though they could only use the power of the flesh shell of the corpse, it was already terrifying enough. It could destroy everything with a single punch or palm. Those below the level of emperor god were no match for it. No matter if it was divine powers or god laws, they could not withstand the power of the emperor god's flesh shell. Lin Tian glanced over. Whooshing Crocodile and little Taichu were each controlling an emperor god's corpse. Just as he had expected, they blocked everyone easily. He did not need to be distracted by the hundreds of experts who were rushing over. Emperor gods and emperor gods are high and mighty existences to us. It's a pity that they can only be slaughtered now. He sighed. This was the truth. At their current level, divine kings and divine emperors were truly invincible. However, now that they had two corpses of divine emperors, divine kings and divine emperors were nothing. The pure strength of the corpses of divine emperors was enough to crush everything below the level of divine emperor. It was really difficult for anyone below the level of divine emperor to stop them. This was even more powerful than a pinnacle emperor weapon. After all, it required a terrifying amount of divine power to unleash the full power of an emperor weapon. Without that level of divine power, it was difficult for them to unleash the power of an emperor weapon. However, the pure power of the flesh shell of the emperor god's corpse did not require anything else to activate it. After entering the body with one's divine soul, one could directly control the fist and palm. The pure power of the flesh shell was even more powerful and terrifying than the divine power of an emperor weapon. Let's end this quickly. He looked at King of Chaos and took a step forward. His Chaos Emperor fist was even more powerful. With a thud, the surrounding space shook and everything collapsed. King of Chaos raised his fist to meet the attack. He performed a great divine skill and collided with Lin Tian's Chaos Emperor fist. Boom! 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 The two of them clashed, shattering the void. After a while, with a bang, King of Chaos was sent flying again. Looking at Lin Tian's expression, he was even more shocked and angered. He was severely injured by the self-destruction of an emperor god at close range. He was only left with the power of a half-step heavenly god. Moreover, his emperor weapon had self-destructed on the reincarnation road. As for other magic treasures, such as divine royal weapons and divine king weapons, they were nothing to him at all with his original power of a peak emperor god. Hence, under such circumstances, other than himself, he had no other magic treasures that could counter Lin Tian instantly. Now he was only left with the strength of a half-step heavenly god. In the battle with Lin Tian, he was injured again and again. Damn it! He was shocked and angered at the same time. Although his strength had fallen to the level of a half-step heavenly god, he had once reached the level of a peak heavenly god. Moreover, he had the chaotic king body. Even if he had fallen to this level, killing an ordinary half-step heavenly god was no different from crushing an ant. However, now he was completely suppressed by Lin Tian, a half-step heavenly god. After that, he thought about how Lin Tian was actually able to obtain that world seed, pass through the path of reincarnation without being affected, and render his chaotic king's territory ineffective, and this caused him to be even more shocked. At the same time, he was even more furious, and the killing intent in his eyes surged. Lin Tian naturally saw the killing intent in King of Chaos's eyes. However, his expression did not change at all. Dong! His action was simple and direct. He still threw out the Chaos Emperor fist with overwhelming force. King of Chaos met the attack and collided with Lin Tian again and again. He was sent flying again and again. On the other side, the group of experts from the chaotic tribe who were attacking Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu were all shocked when they saw the scene. Their king was sent flying again and again by a human. They wanted to rush over to help, but there was nothing they could do at this time. They could not break through the Emperor God corpses controlled by Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu. Moreover, they were facing the situation of death because the Emperor God corpses controlled by Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu were too terrifying. The pure power of flesh could easily destroy all of their attacks. Clang! The sound of the sword was ear-piercing. In the center of the chaotic sacred city, Lin Tian swung the Chaos Emperor fist and cast the High Heaven Sword Scripture at the same time. Dense High Heaven sword force appeared immediately and turned into a rain of swords that rushed towards King of Chaos. The sturdy void was penetrated. King of Chaos cast one great technique after another and met the attack head-on. The two collided, and the divine power rumbled. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed. King of Chaos was heavily injured again and again. Enough, and you must die. Chapter 1869. His soul light boiled and began to burn outside the King of Chaos's body, causing the void in this place to burn as well. Lin Tian immediately frowned. It seemed that the King of Chaos was not burning his divine soul to increase his strength at this time, but it gave him an even more ominous premonition. Without hesitation, he took a step forward and propped up the reincarnation diagram of the monarch region. He also propped up the divine Tao laws and combined them into his current strongest divine Tao reincarnation diagram. With this divine Tao reincarnation diagram, he pressed down on the King of Chaos. However, just as he stepped in front of the King of Chaos, a divine wave spread out and directly sent him flying. Beside the King of Chaos, as his divine soul light burned, a light door slowly opened, intertwining with strands of strange light. In the next moment, a light figure stepped out, with 12 pairs of wings on his back, emitting an extremely monstrous aura. In the next moment, he turned into a man in black armor. He still had 12 pairs of wings on his back. Lin Tian's expression changed immediately. This was the terrifying existence that the King of Chaos, Grand Supreme, and the others had jointly summoned back then. Facing this person, his body could not help but tremble, because the aura that the other party was emitting was really too terrifying. At the same time, Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu's expressions changed, as did the other chaotic tribe experts. This is... Some divine emperors of the chaotic tribe were terrified. Looking at the middle-aged man in black armor with 12 pairs of wings on his back, they felt an aura that was even more terrifying than their king's. In an instant, these chaotic tribe experts stopped what they were doing and looked in shock at the 12-winged man summoned by the King of Chaos. The black-armored man's body gradually became more solid, and the light door behind him disappeared. His gaze landed directly on Lin Tian, and there was a trace of light in his extremely deep eyes, but also a trace of cold light, as if he could devour everything. "Why did you call me again after so long?" the man said coldly. Without a doubt, this was directed at the King of Chaos. The King of Chaos bowed and said, "Sacred Envoy, I originally wanted to directly hand over the world seed after suppressing him, so that you don't have to do it personally. However, there was an accident, and now I have to trouble you to do it personally." When he was in the celestial region, when he, the Grand Supreme, and the others joined forces to summon the incarnation of the black-armored man, the world seed no longer belonged to him, the Grand Supreme, and the others. Even if they obtained it, they would have to hand it over. However, he also had some other ideas in his mind. After suppressing Lin Tian, he could temporarily use his divine sense to enter Lin Tian's body and comprehend the world seed for a period of time. He believed that this would also bring him great benefits, and then he would present the world seed. Unfortunately, Lin Tian, who was only a half-step heavenly god, had made him suffer again and again. At this point, he had no other choice but to burn his spirit and use a certain technique to summon the black-armored man again. He did not think of suppressing Lin Tian to comprehend the world seed for a period of time after burning his spirit to become stronger. This was because Lin Tian was too strange. If he had other tricks up his sleeves, it would be difficult for him to deal with him after burning his spirit. After that, he would have to burn his spirit again to summon the black-armored man. Burning his spirit twice consecutively would have a great impact on him, and it would leave a great disaster for him in the future. He did not dare to take this risk now. The black-armored sacred envoy was shrouded in black light. He did not say anything, but his eyes were indifferent. He lived in a higher world, and the celestial region could not be compared to the chaotic world and the celestial region. There were very powerful rules of heaven and earth there, which made it difficult for him to enter the lower world. If he wanted to come down, he would have to rely on others to create a special saint array by burning their spirit to summon him. Moreover, this method could only allow his incarnation to come down, and his original body could not come down. Of course, he could also forcefully enter the lower world from the upper world, but he would have to pay a great price. This price was not something he wanted to bear, and it was also something he could not bear. His gaze fell on Lin Tian. His eyes were extremely cold and deep, as if he had seen through everything in the world. "Where does that man live? Tell me everything about him." His voice was extremely cold. This voice seemed to be mixed with a terrifying demonic power, causing Lin Tian's eardrums to almost explode, and his spirit to become unstable. However, there was no fear on his face. Instead, there was a hint of ridicule and mockery in his eyes. "It seems like you suffered a great loss last time." He could naturally guess who that man, the black-armored man, was talking about. He must be referring to an old drunkard. Looking at the black-armored man's expression, he was sure that the black-armored man must have suffered a great loss at the hands of an old drunkard. The black-armored man had 12 pairs of wings on his back and countless divine halos circled around him. His eyes became even colder, as if he had recalled some things from the past. His eyes were filled with cruel killing intent. In the next moment, he reached out his hand and grabbed at Lin Tian. Clearly, he wanted to suppress Lin Tian and take the world seed. Then he would search Lin Tian's sea of consciousness for everything about an old drunkard. The speed of his hand was not fast at all. In fact, it could even be said to be relatively slow. However, its aura was extremely terrifying. The surroundings instantly fell silent. Lin Tian immediately felt an intense pain in his body. It was as if he would collapse in the next moment. The black-armored man's aura was even more powerful than the chaotic king at his peak. It was truly unbearable. In the distance, the whooshing crocodile and the little Taichu's expressions changed. They immediately rushed over to help. Although they knew that they could not stop the black-armored man, they still rushed towards the black-armored man's hand. However, they were immediately caught by Lin Tian. "Do you really think you can defeat me?" Seeing the black-armored man's hand getting closer and closer, Lin Tian felt as if his spirit was about to be torn apart. However, he was still not afraid. The expression on the black-armored man's face didn't change at all. Looking at Lin Tian, his expression was cold and emotionless. The pressure of the gigantic palm didn't decrease, and his aura became even stronger. Clearly, Lin Tian's attitude towards him didn't make him happy. "Your stinking face is really annoying," Lin Tian said again. As he spoke, he took out the immortal Emperor Pagoda. He summoned a ball of light and threw it at the black-armored man. The black-armored man's hand did not decrease in momentum. He did not seem to care about the ball of light that Lin Tian threw at him. Even god-emperors were as weak as ants in front of him. Why would he care about something that a half-step heavenly god had summoned? The black-armored man's hand slammed down on the ball of light. The ball of light was about the size of a human head. Under the pressure of his palm, it instantly cracked open. A dark gray mist floated out. There was no terrifying wave of energy or aura. In the blink of an eye, it contaminated the black-armored man's arm. "This is... ah!" A blood-curdling scream rang out. The black-armored man's cold expression instantly disappeared without a trace. His entire face contorted as his body trembled violently. Chapter 1870. The 12-winged Saint Emissary's body trembled as the dark, gray mist touched his body. His face was distorted. "It's related to reincarnation. Damn it, how did you... ah!" The man screamed. "Saint Emissary!" The King of Chaos's expression changed. The other divine kings and divine emperors of the chaotic tribe also changed their expressions and trembled. These people had all felt the terror of the 12-winged sacred envoy. Even the kings of their clans treated him with respect. He was far stronger than their kings, and he might have already surpassed the level of Emperor God. But now he was screaming so miserably. "This is something from the abyss." The whooshing crocodile stared. "Boy, you brought this thing out." It and little Tai Chu had followed Lin Tian through the reincarnation road, and they had left the reincarnation road from the abyss. Naturally, it recognized this thing and could guess how terrifying it was. After all, it was something at the end of the reincarnation road. It had never thought that Lin Tian would actually bring something like this out. Even little Alpha Primordium couldn't help but widen his eyes, shocked by the scene before him. Lin Tian's expression froze. This 12-winged Saint Emissary knew that the dark gray mist was related to reincarnation. This is the person who controls the power of reincarnation? He thought to himself, but then he shook his head. No, if he controls the power of reincarnation, how can he not block this thing? The person who controls the power of reincarnation is stronger than him. Ah! The 12-winged Saint Emissary screamed. It was hard to imagine that a terrifying being who seemed to have surpassed the Emperor God level was trembling. His expression was painful and filled with shock and anger. The dark, gray fog on his arm did not have any terrifying fluctuations, nor did it have the slightest terrifying aura. However, it was like a peerless, ferocious beast hunting its prey. His arm rotted and disappeared in the blink of an eye, after which the dark gray fog continued to surge toward his body. Boom! Divine radiance that overflowed into the heavens erupted from his divine body, and a power that surpassed the laws of the divine Tao surged. It drowned out the dark gray mist in a futile attempt to extinguish it. However, it was completely useless. The dark gray mist was terrifying to the extreme, and it directly annihilated everything. Damn it! How can you have this thing? Impossible! Impossible! The man roared. As an existence that was far stronger than a peak divine emperor, even the primal Chaos King had to be respectful in front of him. Previously, he was calm and indifferent, ignoring everything, but now he had completely lost his composure. Everything was because this dark, gray fog was too terrifying. It was a reincarnation substance. Lin Tian retreated very far away, feeling a little shocked. Even though he knew from the start that the reincarnation substance was extremely terrifying and was an almost invincible killing weapon, and felt that it should be able to cause the 12-winged sacred emissary, who was far stronger than a god emperor, to suffer, he still couldn't help but feel a little shocked when he saw the scene that he had expected. However, in the next moment, the shock in his heart disappeared as he thought of another problem. You know that this thing is related to reincarnation. Is there an existence behind you that controls the power of reincarnation? Who is that person? He looked at the man and asked. The primal Chaos King had an ancient talisman with the power of reincarnation. He guessed that there was a powerful existence behind him that controlled the power of reincarnation, and this person was obviously on the same side as the primal Chaos King. His cultivation was far stronger than the primal Chaos King, and he also recognized that the dark gray fog was related to reincarnation. He felt that this person might know something about that existence. The 12-winged sacred emissary was entangled by the reincarnation substance, and he was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. A lowly ant dares to dream of such an existence. Ah! As he said this, he let out another scream. The reincarnation substance didn't have any aura fluctuation, and he couldn't feel any fear, but it was ferocious and frightening. With a whoosh, more than half of the 12-winged sacred emissary's body was annihilated. Then the reincarnation substance didn't disperse, but continued to surge toward the remaining body, causing him to let out an even more shrill scream. Sacred emissary, this, the primal Chaos King, couldn't help but tremble when he saw this scene, and his eyes couldn't help but twitch. He knew very well how terrifying the sacred emissary that he summoned was. Even though it was just an incarnation, it was still extremely terrifying. It could crush a peak divine emperor to death with one finger, but now it ended up like this in the hands of Lin Tian, a half-divine god. This thing has something to do with reincarnation. He looked at the dark gray fog on the 12-winged sacred emissary's body, and his heart trembled. He completely lost his composure as a divine emperor. Ah! The screams continued, and the 12-winged sacred emissary's body fell to the ground. He kept rolling and struggling with all his might. However, it was useless. He couldn't break free from the reincarnation substance's entanglement. How can a lowly ant have such a thing? How can you have it? He roared. Even someone as powerful as him couldn't control such a thing. Once he touched it, he would be in bloody trouble. But now, a half-divine god actually had such a large mass of reincarnation substance. I have a good character. Reincarnation likes it. Lin Tian smiled. The 12-winged sacred emissary was stunned for a moment, and then he roared in pain, "Scram!" This was only an incarnation of his. At this moment, he was struggling fiercely. He used all kinds of methods, and power that surpassed divine Tao laws surged, trying to destroy this reincarnation substance. He didn't want this incarnation to be destroyed like this. After all, Although this wasn't his main body, once it was destroyed, it would affect his main body strength. At least 1,000th of his divine power would be lost. This 1,000th didn't sound like a big deal, but for an existence like him, 1,000th of his divine power was absolutely terrifying. He would need to spend endless years to cultivate back. However, everything he did was useless. Reincarnation was above all. His power was too weak in front of the reincarnation substance, and he couldn't do anything at all. He roared as he struggled, and his eyes were red. His body was constantly being devoured by the reincarnation substance, disappearing bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, only half of his head was left. D*MN ants. And that D*MN man. If my main body descends, I'll make you wish you were dead. This person roared coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, the last half of his head directly shattered and completely disappeared. At the same time, the reincarnation substance also disappeared after destroying his body. Lin Tian was moved, not because of the disappearance of the reincarnation substance, but because of the 12-winged sacred emissary's last words. Not my main body? Is it an incarnation? He was shocked. The person summoned by the King of Chaos was only an incarnation? At the same time, Whooshing Crocodile and Little Taichu were also shocked by this. This, just an incarnation, had such divine power. How terrifying would his main body be? Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of air being torn apart was heard. In another direction, the King of Chaos moved. He didn't charge toward Lin Tian. His entire body was covered in interweaving chaotic light, and he directly fled into the distance. Chapter 1871. Even the 12-winged Saint Emissary was obliterated by the reincarnation substance. The King of Chaos immediately felt a great threat. He did not hesitate at all. Even though his heart was boiling with anger, he did not stop and chose to flee. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and chased after him. Don't even think about leaving. And I will kill you one day. The King of Chaos's eyes were cold. With a boom, his divine soul began to burn again, turning into a powerful force. Then he tore through the barrier of the chaotic world and disappeared. At the same time, the large crack in the chaotic world closed in an instant. He was worried that Lin Tian still had that terrifying reincarnation substance on him. At this moment, he only had one thought in his mind: to leave as quickly as possible and get rid of Lin Tian. You sure are fast to run. Lin Tian stopped. He wanted to chase after him, but he had lost the King of Chaos's aura. He could not continue. He paused in place, then walked back and looked at the dozens of other experts of the chaotic tribe. Among them, there were dozens of god kings and god emperors. Go, go. Facing Lin Tian's gaze, these god kings and god emperors all trembled. Then they all fled into the distance. Now, their king had fled, and the extremely powerful 12-winged Saint Emissary had been obliterated. How could they dare to stay? For a moment, the sound of the air breaking rang out. These experts of the chaotic tribe fled far away in the blink of an eye. Don't run. Whooshing Crocodile controlled the God Emperor corpse and wanted to chase after them, but Lin Tian stopped him. Don't worry about them. Go down and find something. Lin Tian on Dao. The chaotic holy city was completely destroyed. Only the chaotic holy temple in the center was barely preserved. This was the core of the chaotic tribe, and it was protected by an extremely shocking divine array. It was because Lin Tian knew this that he dared to order the God Emperor to detonate it in this place. He was not worried that the mixed holy source placed in the primal chaos temple would be destroyed when the God Emperor self-destructed. He took out the corpses of Whooshing Crocodile and Little Taichu from the immortal Emperor Pagoda and allowed their spirits to return to their own bodies. He put away the corpses of the two immortal emperors and then led them to the Chaos Temple. Who would have thought that the primal chaos world, which is even more vast than the immortal domain, with a peak god emperor and a primal chaos king overseeing it, would actually be reduced to such a state by you, brat. For God Emperors died tragically. The primal Chaos King fled, and that whatever saint envoy that was summoned by burning his divine soul was also obliterated. The primal Chaos King must be so angry that he wants to cry. He was actually played so miserably by a half-step heavenly deity. Whooshing Crocodile wanted to laugh out loud. After that, it paused for a moment and said, "Moreover, you actually brought out some of those things from the abyss of samsara." It was really shocked because the things that Lin Tian brought out were truly terrifying. They could almost devour everything in the world. Fortunately, I brought some of them out. Otherwise, we would really be finished this time. Lin Tiandao, if he had not brought out those reincarnation substances, they would definitely have been suppressed and obliterated by the 12-winged saint envoy summoned by the primal Chaos King. The 5 elements crocodile naturally understood what he meant and said, "Indeed, if it wasn't for that thing, we would have all died in the hands of that saint envoy." As it spoke, it was slightly shocked and said, "That person, has he really surpassed the celestial Dharch realm?" "I think so." Lin Tian nodded. "Is there really a higher cultivation level after the God Emperor realm?" Whooshing Crocodile asked. It had already asked this question before, and now it could not help but be surprised after seeing the 12-winged saint envoy. There should be. Lin Tiandao. He thought of an ancient tablet that he saw when he ascended to the 10th heaven of the 10 directions, celestial domain. There were many cultivation realms engraved on it. After the God Emperor realm was engraved, there was another stroke behind it. Obviously, the person who engraved these words wanted to continue, but in the end he did not. From this point of view, after the Divine Emperor realm, there were indeed other unknown and higher cultivation levels. Forget it. Let's not care about this. Let's go to the primal Chaos Temple. He said. The primal Chaos holy city was now in ruins. He led Whooshing Crocodile and Little Taichu to the primal Chaos Temple, which was located at the center of the city. As far as the eye could see, the primal Chaos Temple was now full of cracks, as if it could collapse at any time. He did not hesitate and led Whooshing Crocodile and Little Taichu directly into it. The space in the primal Chaos Temple was a little dim, and there was only one palace path. They followed this path and soon arrived at the depths of the temple. There were not many things in the depths of the temple. There was a high platform, and in the center sat a stone tablet, which was full of various ancient runes that were difficult to understand. At the same time, there was a fist-sized crystal jade in front of the stone tablet, emitting a faint divine light. It floated in the void about an inch away from the high platform, carrying a kind of chaotic aura that was like the beginning of the world. Found it. A brilliant glint flashed across Lin Tian's eyes. With a single step, he stepped onto the high platform and grabbed the crystal jade in his hand. This crystal jade was the mixed saint source that an old drunkard had mentioned. It was something that the world seed needed to bloom and bear fruit. At the same time, this thing had other shocking value. After ordinary cultivators refined it, they could become the chaotic king body, and there were many other amazing divine effects. Even God Emperors would be jealous of this thing. This is the mixed saint source. Whooshing Crocodile looked at Lin Tiandao's expression and immediately guessed what this thing was. Yes, Lin Tiandao nodded. As he said this, he carefully put away the mixed saint source, preparing to refine it into the world seed later. Because the refining process was not simple, they had to find an absolutely safe and secretive place. After putting away the mixed saint source, his eyes fell on the stone tablet on the high platform. There were many ancient runes on the stone tablet, and he looked at them carefully. "Can you understand it?" Whooshing Crocodile asked. It was also looking at the stone tablet, observing the ancient runes on it. However, these ancient runes were too complicated, and it could not understand them. Lin Tiandao shook his head. He could not understand. "I guess only those who are God Emperors and above can understand it." Whooshing Crocodile said, "However, it's okay if you can't understand it now. This thing is placed in the primal Chaos Temple, and it's needless to say that it's very valuable. It's more or less the most precious treasure of the primal chaos tribe. Let's take it away and slowly study it in the future. Lin Tiandao nodded. He actually had the same idea. Immediately, he opened the immortal Emperor Pagoda, and then used all his strength to barely put the stone tablet into it. This really surprised him. The stone tablet did not look very tall, only about a meter or so. However, he did not expect it to be so heavy that even a half-step, heavenly god-tier, reincarnated being like him had to exert so much effort to move it. However, from this point, he could clearly feel that this stone tablet was not ordinary. Let's go. The stone tablet was put into the immortal Emperor Pagoda. He put away the immortal Emperor Pagoda and then called Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu to leave. After finding the mixed saint source in the primal chaos realm, he still had to go to other great worlds and a few other special ancient regions to look for other divine items. The world seed needed them to bloom and bear fruit. Otherwise, it would not be able to create a real great world. Let's go, Wuxing Crocodile said. Immediately, the man and the two beasts walked out of the primal chaos temple. Chapter 1872. The primal chaos temple shook violently. Soon after, the entire primal chaos world shook along with it. Beneath the ground, a surging aura was surging. It was horrifying and powerful to the extreme. Roar! A roar came from beneath the ground. It was so powerful that it was terrifying. It was like the roar of a demonic beast that could devour the heavens. Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, and Little Taichu were moved at the same time. Their expressions changed greatly. These divine patterns are seals. There's a huge sealing formation here. Wuxing Crocodile's scales stood on end. That stone tablet is a divine object that seals the formation? After it was moved, the formation was broken. Yeah. Little Taichu fluttered its wings and landed on Lin Tian's head. It grabbed a handful of Lin Tian's hair tightly like Wuxing Crocodile. Its fur stood on end. The aura rushing out from beneath the ground at this time was too terrifying. Lin Tian felt a chill run down his spine. He activated his divine eyes of Delusion Breaker and instantly saw that there really was a huge sealing formation here. The primal chaos stone tablet's position was really the eye of the formation. He moved away from the stone tablet, causing the formation core to break, causing the sealing formation to materialize. Then, because the formation core was destroyed, the formation patterns collapsed, and the formation collapsed. Let's go. He gritted his teeth and wrapped Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu in golden divine light. He quickly rushed out of the formation. Following this terrifying aura rushing out and a roar coming from beneath the ground, there was no need to guess. There was an extremely terrifying existence sealed under the primal chaos temple. Now, it was about to break out of the formation. At this moment, he channeled the Sun Heart Sutra to the limit and used the duality steps to the limit to escape quickly. Boom! The earth trembled. Under the influence of the powerful divine energy rushing out from beneath the ground, the space above the primal chaos temple became incomparably chaotic. The originally small area was very difficult for him to rush out. The distorted space affected his movements. Crack! 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 The space shattered bit by bit, and huge cracks appeared one after another. Different auras were emitted from these cracks, as if they were connected to unknown places, causing Lin Tianyi to feel a chill run down his spine. This was because these rifts were chaotic spaces created by the terrifying divine energy that rushed up from underground. Once they were sucked in, they had no idea where they would drift to. They might fall into some terrifying forbidden area, or even be directly crushed to death by the destructive airflow in these rifts. Twinkle! Run! Wuxing Crocodile shouted. Naturally, he knew how terrifying these large cracks were. He was so scared that cold sweat flowed down his face. Lin Tian used the duality steps. His speed was extremely fast, leaving behind afterimages as he rushed out of the formation. However, this space had become extremely chaotic due to the divine power surging up from underground. At this moment, it was already very difficult for him to avoid those large rifts. It was very difficult for him to escape this formation. Roar! Roars came from underground again, shaking the sky. For a moment, it was as if an apocalyptic earthquake had occurred in the chaotic world. Many mountain ranges collapsed one after another, and divine rivers collapsed one after another. Countless living beings became extremely terrified. Crack! 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 The void collapsed even more, and even more large cracks appeared. Extremely terrifying auras flowed out from them. In the next moment, the entire chaos temple collapsed. The surface of the ground began to sink, crack, and then explode. Billowing, demonic fog gushed out from the ground as a colossal monster rushed out. It was as big as a mountain, and its entire body was covered in black scales. There were huge chains coiling around its body, and each chain had a diameter of about 1,000 feet. After 3 eras, I finally come out. The huge monster looked like a pitch-black demonic beast. At this moment, it roared toward the sky and directly shattered the chains on its body. After the broken chains fell to the ground, they smashed everything, causing the ground to collapse and sink. No one knew how much was destroyed, and fiery red magma surged up, causing the air in this place to become scorching hot. At the same time, the sky of this chaotic world became extremely dark in an instant. Streaks of black lightning exploded in the clouds, as if they were going to destroy everything. Lin Tian couldn't help but tremble. His internal organs were cold. This aura was even more terrifying than that of the 12-winged Saint Emissary. Oh my God! This whooshing crocodile couldn't even speak properly. Even the little Taichu couldn't help but tremble. Its body shrunk even smaller, completely immersing itself in Lin Tian's hair. It was really frightened by this demonic beast. Crack! 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 The shattering sounds continued. In this place, the space became even more chaotic, and even more terrifying large cracks appeared. Lin Tian's back became even colder. He used golden divine light to envelop himself, the whooshing crocodile, and the little Taichu on his head. He used the yin-yang steps to dodge these large cracks that suddenly appeared one after another with difficulty, avoiding being sucked in. Rumble! Divine power vibrated and the sky trembled. This place was completely destroyed, and everything was collapsing along with it. The demonic beast roared. Its eyes were incomparably huge. It tilted its head in the sky and looked at Lin Tian. Little guy, many thanks. When we meet again in the future, I'll definitely repay this great kindness. Its gaze fell on Lin Tian, and its voice resonated like a divine bell. It knew that Lin Tian had moved the Chaos Stone tablet, allowing it to break out of the formation. As soon as it finished speaking, it looked at the sky. 2 beams of demonic light directly shot out from its huge eyes, piercing through the sky and causing a large passage to appear in the sky. You old farts, just you wait. You've trapped me for so many years. I'll tear you all to pieces and swallow you all. With a whoosh, it turned into a beam of demonic light and directly charged into the large passage, disappearing in an instant. At the same time, the large passage also closed. Only the space in this place was still in endless chaos because of the remnant divine power. Even more terrifying large cracks appeared, leading to unknown places. F***CK. Lin Tian used golden divine light to envelop the whooshing crocodile and the little Taichu. As he dodged these large cracks, he looked in the direction that the demonic beast had left in. He couldn't help but curse. He was so angry that he wanted to slap it to death. If you want to repay our kindness, don't you know that you can help us out of this predicament while you're at it? Are you blind? Is there something wrong with your head? I'm really a $. Chapter 1873. Lin Tian was infuriated. This was the first time he had seen such an unreliable and stupid ancient beast. Has this guy lost his IQ after being locked up for so long? The whooshing crocodile cursed. Even the little Taichu was furious. Yeah, damn it. However, they were soon in no mood to complain and curse the powerful ancient beast. This was because more and more large cracks were appearing in this place. Different auras were coming out of each crack as if they were connected to different places. Lin Tian used the yin-yang steps and quickly dodged these cracks. At the same time, he was trying to break out of this place. However, because the divine power left behind by the powerful ancient beast was too shocking, the space here was extremely chaotic. It was really difficult for him to break out. Crack! A crisp sound was heard. Just as he was dodging one of the many cracks, another large crack suddenly appeared behind him. It naturally had a suction force that pulled him into it. In an instant, his expression changed greatly. At this time, he had just dodged the other big cracks, but another one suddenly appeared behind him. Because it came too suddenly, he didn't expect it at first, so he couldn't dodge it at all. The whooshing crocodile obviously knew about Lin Tian's current situation. Its expression changed, and it could not help but shout, "It's over!" In the next moment, with a swoosh, the crack directly pulled them in. As soon as they were pulled in, their vision became extremely dark. Lin Tianji felt that the space around him was shaking. His expression turned extremely ugly, and his defensive light shield became even stronger. It was also at this moment that a buzzing sound reverberated. In front of him, in this large, dark crack, a silver-white storm was sweeping. It was the spatial turbulence inside the void. Moreover, it was not an ordinary spatial turbulence. It was extremely terrifying. He could clearly feel the power that was enough to crush everything intertwined in this spatial turbulence. He felt a chill down his spine. Without any hesitation, he summoned a god emperor corpse from the immortal emperor pagoda, after which he used his own immortal emperor pagoda to keep himself, the little Taichu, and the whooshing crocodile, after which he used a strand of his soul power to control it, allowing the immortal emperor pagoda to enter the god emperor corpse. At this moment, if they were to face the spatial turbulence head-on, they would definitely die tragically in an instant. At this moment, they could only rely on the tough, fleshly shell of a god emperor expert. At this moment, as they had fallen deep into the crack, the suction force of the crack would naturally pull them in a fixed direction. Hence, at this moment, he didn't need to control the divine emperor's corpse to do anything. He only needed to rely on the divine emperor's corpse to block the power of the spatial turbulence for them. Pooh! 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 Blood splattered everywhere, and the corpse of the god emperor was being injured. Cracks appeared on the flesh shell in the blink of an eye, and blood splattered everywhere. This scene undoubtedly caused the hearts of the man and the two beasts in the god emperor's corpse to palpitate. The god emperor's corpse couldn't completely withstand the spatial turbulence. Under the turbulence, the flesh shell was crumbling. Because this is a huge crack created by the divine power of an existence that has surpassed the level of a god emperor, the spatial turbulence within it is far from ordinary spatial turbulence. Lin Tian's expression was ugly. The situation before him was too dangerous. The buzzing continued. They hid in the immortal emperor pagoda and hid in the god emperor's corpse. Following the suction force of the huge crack, they were pulled in a fixed direction. The god emperor's corpse was constantly being damaged. In the blink of an eye, 15 minutes passed. The god emperor's corpse was covered in cracks. Finally, with a crack, it shattered completely. The immortal emperor pagoda was exposed in the spatial turbulence. Lin Tian's scalp turned cold. However, his reaction was very fast. He quickly summoned the last god emperor's corpse from the immortal emperor pagoda, and then controlled the immortal emperor pagoda to hide in the corpse. Almighty crocodile ancestor, this is the last god emperor's corpse. We must hold on until the spatial turbulence ends. Please, Whooshing Crocodile could not help but cry out and pray. If they did not leave the range of the spatial turbulence after the last God Emperor's corpse shattered, they would be completely finished. At that time, they would be crushed to death by the terrifying spatial turbulence. Uft, uft, uft. Just like the first God Emperor's corpse, this God Emperor's corpse was also constantly damaged in the spatial turbulence. Cracks appeared one after another on its flesh shell, and blood splattered out one after another. After that, the power of the spatial turbulence gradually weakened. After about 15 minutes, with the protection of the last God Emperor's corpse, they finally escaped the range of the spatial turbulence. Almighty Crocodile Ancestor, you are an immortal now. Thank you for your protection. Whooshing Crocodile was very excited. Lin Tian also heaved a sigh of relief. They were finally out of danger. He controlled the immortal Emperor Pagoda and rushed out of the God Emperor's corpse with a whoosh. Then he led Whooshing Crocodile and little Tai Chu out of the immortal Emperor Pagoda. It was also at this moment that the last God Emperor's corpse exploded with a PU sound. It shattered into pieces, and a large expanse of blood sprayed out. 2 God Emperor's corpses. They were great killing machines. Gone just like that. Whooshing Crocodile felt a little pained. Lin Tian also felt a little pained, but he did not care too much. He said, "It's good enough that we survived." "Oh, that's true." Whooshing Crocodile said, "It's all thanks to these 2 God Emperor's corpses. Otherwise, we would all be finished." Then it could not help but grit its teeth and scold. That brainless, demonic beast! Lin Tian's face darkened when he heard its last sentence. That demonic beast was very terrifying. Its aura was even stronger than that of the 12-winged Saint Envoy. However, it really made him feel that there was something wrong with its head. Thinking about it now made him very angry. Didn't it say that it would repay us when we meet again? Next time, tell it to let us beat it up. Whooshing Crocodile said, full of resentment. In the void, the air hummed. Lin Tian did not say anything. He looked in the direction that they had floated to. This time, in this large crack, their surroundings were not completely dark. They could see light and speak. "I don't know where we will float to. Crocodile Ancestor above, please protect us. Please don't fall into some scary, forbidden area. That would not be fun." Whooshing Crocodile started to pray again. Time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. On this day, the void in the large crack trembled. An obviously brighter light appeared in front of them. A strong force emerged from the void and knocked the man and the 2 beasts out of the void. They once again stepped onto solid ground, landing on a rather spacious flat ground. In the distance, there were immortal mountains and ancient peaks lying horizontally. The air was overflowing with immortal spiritual energy, and there were even strands of weak divine energy interweaving. It was extremely astonishing. At the same time, there were many people standing around them. They were all young men and women. The aura they emitted was not weak. Most of them were frowning and looking strangely at the man and the 2 beasts who had suddenly appeared. "Which clan are you cultivators from? Why did you suddenly appear here? It seems that all the trial takers from the various great clans who are qualified to enter here have arrived." Chapter 1874. The woman who spoke was dressed in a tight green dress that accentuated her beautiful figure. Lin Tian looked at the woman. Her aura was astonishing, even stronger than his. She was at the heavenly god realm. "Where is this place?" He looked around and asked. He had been sucked into a giant crack in the primal chaos world and appeared here half a month later. Naturally, he wanted to know what this place was. "You don't know." The woman frowned. "This is the great Brahma Holy Land. You don't know?" The expressions of the surrounding people, when they looked at Lin Tian, became even stranger. Lin Tian's expression changed. "This is the great Brahma Holy Land." An old drunkard had told him that for the world's seed to blossom and bear fruit, it needed several rare divine treasures. One of them could only be found in the great Brahma Holy Land. He didn't expect that after the primal chaos world was sucked into the great Brahma Holy Land, he would accidentally enter the great Brahma Holy Land. Seeing him like this, the woman's frown deepened. It seems like you know nothing about this place. How did you get in? I accidentally entered. Lin Tian said. Accidentally entered? This ancient domain has existed for a long time. It requires experts, at least at the God-Emperor realm, to tear open the barrier and send people in. What kind of accident can be compared to a God-Emperor realm expert? The woman was curious. Lin Tian was surprised. To enter the great Brahma Holy Land, one needed experts, at least at the God-Emperor realm, to tear open the barrier and send people in? An old drunkard hadn't mentioned this to him before. Thinking of this, he was speechless. An old drunkard had asked him to go to the great Brahma Holy Land to find a divine treasure that was necessary for the world's seed to blossom and bear fruit. Did he not consider that he was far from a God-Emperor realm expert and would find it difficult to enter? Or was finding a way to enter the great Brahma Holy Land also considered as an experience? He thought for a moment, and then felt that this was really the old drunkard's way of using this matter as an experience for him. Then he thought of something else. All the people here had been sent in by godly emperors, hadn't they? In that case, how strong were the forces these people belonged to? At the very least, there were godly emperors in their respective factions. There were even godly emperors in their factions. Could they be compared to the chaotic race? What's the point of talking to him? Just kill him. A voice rang out. In this place, a handsome young man spoke, walking towards Lin Tian. Seeing that Lin Tian had no idea about this place, it was obvious that he wasn't a cultivator from one of the major clans who had the qualifications to enter this place. Since he wasn't, there was no need to ask any more questions. Just directly kill him. Stop, Suaxian. The great Brahma Divine Earth is not a private domain. It is only temporarily controlled by our various races as a training ground. They accidentally entered here, so just let them leave. You don't have to kill them, nor do you have the right to do so. A woman in blue spoke. Her cultivation base was also at the heavenly god tier. She had a pretty face, and her brows were slightly furrowed. Rights? The handsome young man sneered. What rights do we need to kill him? I'm strong enough. This is my right. As he spoke, he sped up and stepped in front of Lin Tian in one step. Then he directly punched towards Lin Tian's face. Dong! The fist radiance splashed, and a majestic force surged. It was extremely powerful. A cold light flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. He ordered the whooshing crocodile and little Taichu to retreat a little. Then he directly raised his hand and threw out a punch towards his opponent. In the next moment, the two fists collided, and a huge roar was heard, shaking the void in all directions. Following which, the two of them were both sent flying backwards. Around them, the others were moved. Their eyes fell on Lin Tian, revealing a look of surprise. He actually blocked Luo Wanqing's punch. He's on par with Luo Wanqing. Luo Wanqing was the divine son of this generation of the demonic mermaids. His cultivation base was already at the peak heavenly god tier, and his physique was extremely strong. But now, a half-step heavenly god cultivator had completely blocked Luo Wanqing's punch. He was not weak at all. Luo Wanqing steadied his body and looked at Lin Tian again. His eyes became sinister and cold, like a ferocious beast that had been released from its cage. His demonic mermaid's clan was ranked within the top 1,000 clans in the heavens. As the divine son of this generation of the clan, his cultivation base was at the peak heavenly god tier. Now he could not kill a half-step heavenly god with one punch. His opponent had completely withstood his punch and even forced him back. This was simply a humiliation to him. Die! His eyes were cold and his voice was bone-chilling. The peak heavenly god divine power surged and pressed towards Lin Tian. At the same time, it also enveloped the whooshing crocodile and little Taichu, who were fighting with Lin Tian. He wanted to kill Lin Tian. At the same time, he also wanted to kill everyone related to Lin Tian. For a time, there was a rumbling sound. The space in all directions trembled, and a large area directly collapsed. Lin Tian's eyes focused. He was not weak now, but if he were to really go up against someone at the peak heavenly god tier, he was definitely no match for them. Buzz! Divine light surged, and dozens of divine elephants propped up. Their light shone in all directions, covering everything as they went to meet his opponent. Then, without hesitation, he immediately used the duality steps to retreat. Golden divine light enveloped the whooshing crocodile and little Taichu, and he turned into a bolt of lightning. In a flash, he was tens of thousands of feet away, rushing even further away. Luo Wanqing's divine power crushed dozens of divine elephants, but Lin Tian had completely disappeared from his field of vision. At this time, it was too late to chase after him. He had completely lost track of Lin Tian's aura. He actually escaped. That's a wise move. However, to be able to successfully escape under Luo Wanqing's divine power is enough to show that this person is not ordinary. That speed just now was really fast. At this place, many of the other cultivators in the group spoke up. Many of them could not help but slightly squint their eyes. Luo Wanqing's expression was particularly ugly. It was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. A half-step, heavenly god had actually succeeded in escaping from his hands. In front of all the divine sons and divine daughters of the various large clans, this was very humiliating. Don't let me see you again. His voice was cold. He stared in the direction Lin Tian had escaped, and the killing intent in his eyes was like a wanton storm. In the Dafan divine land, a blazing sun hung in the firmament. On the surface of the earth, one divine mountain after another was connected to another, and all of them were very majestic. Lin Tian took the whooshing crocodile and little Taichu with him as he sped away. At the same time, he concealed all of his aura. At this time, they were already very far away from their previous place. Not long after, they stopped at the peak of a desolate mountain. As far as the eye could see, there were many ancient trees on the mountain. They were incomparably thick and strong, and it was unknown how long they had been growing for. That son of a B*TCH is really arrogant and insidious. His grandpa, the whooshing crocodile, cursed. Yeah, the little Taichu also cried out angrily. Chapter 1875. Lin Tian would never show mercy to those who wanted to kill him for no reason. If they wanted to kill him, he would kill them in return. He stood at the top of the mountain and scanned the surroundings. Then he called the whooshing crocodile and the little Taichu to go deeper into the mountain. Soon, they found a relatively secluded valley and engraved several ceiling formations around it to isolate the aura. "What are you doing?" The whooshing crocodile asked curiously. "Refining the mixed sacred source into the world seed." Lin Tianandao. The world seed was extraordinary. However, in order for it to blossom and bear fruit, it needed several special divine items of heaven and earth. The mixed sacred source was one of them. He had obtained the mixed sacred source in the chaotic world. Now he was going to refine it into the world seed. Then he would look for another divine item of heaven and earth in the Dafan divine land. As he said that, he waved his right hand and took out a fist-sized crystal from the immortal Emperor Pagoda. It emitted a faint divine glow and a chaotic aura. It was the mixed sacred source he had found in the chaotic world. "It will take a long time. Help me guard the area," he said to the whooshing crocodile and the little Taichu. "Don't worry." "Yeah," the whooshing crocodile and the little Taichu both said. They moved away from Lin Tian and looked around cautiously. Lin Tianwei took a deep breath and operated the Heart Sutra of Sun to the maximum. He adjusted his energy to the peak. Then he closed his eyes and wrapped the mixed sacred source in golden divine light. It entered his body and came to the side of the world seed where the life origin was. The world seed was only the size of a thumb. It was surrounded by a faint divine glow as if it was nurturing all possibilities. Lin Tian led the mixed sacred source to the side of the world seed. He used his mind to shatter the mixed sacred source. Strands of Genesis, chaotic chi, appeared and flowed into the world seed. In an instant, the world seed vibrated. The divine glow surrounding it became thicker and more terrifying. Buzz! The holy light became as gentle as water, surrounding the world seed. Gradually, the world seed began to grow. Although the speed of growth was very slow, its aura became more and more vast, with waves of primitive energy surging. Lin Tian used the Sun Heart Sutra to refine it. He closed his eyes and focused on the world seed. He could clearly feel the changes. As the mixed sacred sources Tai, Chu Chaos Chi entered the world seed, it was like a saint beast was about to break out of its shell. At the same time, as the world seed changed, wisps of grand beginning aura surged around the seed. Some of them entered his body. Lin Tian immediately shuddered. This grand primordial chi contained extremely shocking divine might. There were laws of the great path, laws of the immortal path, and laws of the God path, as well as some other powers that he struggled to understand. As they surged into his body, they naturally began to temper his flesh and bones. He could even vaguely hear the sound of thunder reverberating. His heart skipped a beat. The world seed was growing. It hadn't really blossomed yet, but during this process it had already begun to help him temper his body. The effects were astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he felt that he had become much stronger. He was shocked, but then he immediately put away his surprise. As he refined the mixed sacred source into the world seed, he refined the divine glow that surged into his body from the world seed. He used it to temper and strengthen his body. Immediately his body shuddered. Even more dazzling divine light intertwined outside his body, illuminating his surroundings. Moreover, this was not the end. In the next moment, his nameless great Tao began to move naturally. Tao light interweaved, and strands of it entered the world seed, causing the world seed's growth to become even faster and more stable. Lin Tian couldn't help but be shocked by this scene. His nameless great path was actually controlling the world seed, allowing it to grow faster. It seemed that his nameless great path was at a higher level than the world seed. This, he was a little shocked. What kind of great path was his nameless great path? The nameless great path vibrated on its own. Tao light was gentle and vast. Wisps of it entered the world seed. In an instant, the world seed grew faster. As the speed of its growth increased, the speed at which the mixed sacred source entered the world seed also increased. More intense light surged out of the world seed. At the same time, the light that entered Lin Tian's body from the world seed also increased. Lin Tian's body shook involuntarily. His essence, chi, spirit, and cultivation level all increased rapidly. This made Lin Tian both surprised and delighted. He then completely put away his surprise and began to seriously refine the mixed sacred source into the world seed. At the same time, he also seriously refined the divine glow of the world seed that entered his body. The divine glow that exuded from his body became denser and more dazzling. The nameless great path leaped. Just like that, time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. 3 months later, the light around him grew even brighter, and so did the light of the Tao. The mixed saintly source had been completely refined, fusing with the world seed beside his life essence. The world seed had grown from the size of a thumb to the size of a fist, and its presence was even more vast and primitive. At the same time, there was a thump. The sky suddenly shook violently. In the blink of an eye, a huge pitch-black vortex appeared. Boom! In the pitch-black vortex, thunder rumbled. Streaks of blood-red lightning exploded like blood-red heavenly dragons. The mixed saintly source was completely refined into the world seed. In the process, Lin Tian had also benefited greatly. At this moment, his cultivation base had broken through from half-step heavenly god realm to heavenly god realm, directly attracting a heavenly god realm tribulation. Thump! Another loud sound rang out, and the sky seemed to be on the verge of exploding. Darkness enveloped the space within a radius of 1,000 feet in the blink of an eye, and it was still spreading. Strands of destructive aura pressed down, as if wanting to destroy everything in this space. The whooshing crocodile and the little Taichu were guarding Lin Tian. Seeing this scene, they could naturally guess what had happened. This aura is really... The whooshing crocodile's scales stood up. This was Lin Tian's heaven god tribulation. The heaven god tribulation of the reincarnated body. The destructive aura was so strong that it made its spiritual soul unstable at this moment. It felt a sharp pain. The sky shook again. Thunder rumbled. The destructive aura became even stronger. All directions were covered by the destructive aura. Then, in the next moment, there was another thump. In the sky, the pitch-black vortex of thunder slowly dissipated. The terrifying destructive aura also disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian opened his eyes. His eyes were bright, but there was cold sweat on his forehead. This is troublesome. Chapter 1876. The pitch-black lightning vortex temporarily dissipated, and the space became bright again. The destructive aura instantly dissipated. Lin Tian got up and frowned after muttering to himself. He had gained a lot of benefits from refining the mixed sacred source into the world seed. His cultivation had risen from the half-step heavenly god realm to the heavenly god realm, and he had attracted the heavenly tribulation. Then he quickly retreated, causing the heavenly tribulation to disappear temporarily. However, in that instant, he also felt how terrifying the heavenly tribulation was. Even if he had mastered the 5 heavenly thunders technique and the divine way of thunder, it would be very difficult to pass it. What's wrong, kid? Whooshing crocodile floated over. Lin Tian did not hide anything and briefly explained the current situation. If you're not confident, then don't pass the tribulation for now. Wait until you're fully prepared. Whooshing crocodile said, "It's not that simple." Lin Tian frowned. "I temporarily retreated after entering the heavenly god realm. I can only maintain this state for 7 days at most. After 7 days, even if I don't want to, I will enter the heavenly god realm and attract the heavenly tribulation." In other words, you only have 7 days to prepare? Yes. Lin Tian nodded. 7 days was not enough time to prepare. It was difficult to find a way to deal with it. After all, he was going through the heavenly tribulation now. At the very least, he needed the power of a godly king to help him. It was very difficult for him to find the power of a godly king in such a short time. Whooshing crocodile frowned. It was indeed a little troublesome. If only one of the godly emperor corpses was preserved, it would be easy to deal with the heavenly tribulation later. It thought of that terrifying demonic beast and could not help but grit its teeth. That unreliable beast. It's already happened. It's useless to be emotional. Lin Tian Ondao. Yeah. Little Taichu flapped its wings and came to Lin Tian's side. It landed on Lin Tian's shoulder and made a childish sound. It seemed to be worried for Lin Tian, but also seemed to be encouraging Lin Tian. Lin Tian smiled and rubbed the little guy's head. Then he looked at the little Taichu and his eyes lit up. He suddenly thought of an idea. "Little fellow, try your best to communicate with the primordial immortal world in your body in 7 days. See if you can summon it out," he told the little Taichu. The primordial immortal world in the little guy's body was very extraordinary. It was a real big world. Back then, even the king of primal chaos and other peak emperor gods were envious of it. They wanted to seize it because it contained a very shocking power. Once the little fella could support the primordial immortal world, he could hide inside and undergo the heavenly god tribulation. When the 5 elements crocodile heard this, he was slightly stunned. Then he instantly understood what Lin Tian was thinking. Great idea! With the primordial immortal world as a defense, It would not be a problem to survive the godly king and godly emperor tribulations. The heavenly deity tribulation is definitely not a problem. Lin Tian nodded and looked at little Taichu. Little guy, what do you think? Can you summon the primordial immortal empire again in 7 days? Yeah. The little fella called out to Lin Tian in a childish voice. It clenched its little paws and looked determined. It looked like it was saying that it would definitely do it. Lin Tian smiled. Okay. The Dafan Holy Land was very vast. It was called an ancient region, but it was equivalent to a big world. It was very vast. He called the little fella and whooshing crocodile to leave. After about a few hours, they found a very barren place in the Dafan Holy Land. There were no signs of life or signs of human habitation. They chose this place as the place to undergo the heavenly tribulation. Little guy, it's all up to you, he said to the little Taichu. Yeah, the little fella answered seriously. Faint, 6-colored divine light immediately intertwined around its body. It began to communicate with the primordial immortal world in its body seriously. Lin Tian wanted to undergo the heavenly tribulation and needed the primordial immortal world. The little fella naturally worked extra hard and was more focused than ever. Lin Tian stood aside and did not disturb it. He quietly guarded it. At the same time, he secretly communicated with the divine sword in his sea of consciousness. If he could summon the rainbow divine sword, he would be able to easily pass through the heavenly tribulation. Time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The 6-colored divine light around the little fella's body lingered. It had not yet communicated with the spiritual world. At the same time, Lin Tian frowned. He tried to communicate with the rainbow divine sword in his sea of consciousness, but after a few days, there was no effect at all. The divine sword in his sea of consciousness was motionless like a boulder. It did not react at all to his will and spiritual will. I can't summon it out in a short period of time, he muttered to himself. After 3 days of hard work, he could already feel that no matter how hard he tried, he would not be able to summon this sword. He took a deep breath and stopped communicating with the divine sword in his body. His gaze fell on the little Taichu. Now he could only rely on the little fella. After that, time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days had passed. A full 6 days had passed. At this time, Lin Tian could not help but frown again. The divine power in his body began to become restless. It was slowly becoming difficult to suppress his cultivation realm. He was about to break through to the heavenly god realm on his own. I can suppress it for 1 more day at most. He muttered to himself and looked at the little Taichu again. On the last day, as the hours passed, it became increasingly difficult for him to suppress his cultivation base. Then, when he could suppress his heavenly god realm cultivation realm for at most an hour, the little Taichu let out a cheerful sound. The 6-colored divine light around its body suddenly became very strong. A light realm was directly propped up, and the immortal light inside was very dense. Lin Tian's eyes suddenly lit up, and he revealed a happy expression. It's done. Whooshing crocodile's eyes also lit up. Yeah. The little fella blinked its big eyes and let out a cheerful sound. For 7 days, it did not stop communicating with the primordial immortal world. It was extremely serious and diligent. At this time, it finally called out the primordial immortal world in its body. Of course, just like in the immortal region, it did not hold up the entire primordial immortal world. It only held up about 100 cubic meters. Good. Little fella, you're awesome. Lin Tian could not help but laugh. Although the little fella only held up about 100 cubic meters of space in the primordial immortal world, it was enough to help him pass through the tribulation. At that moment, he did not hesitate at all. He directly released his cultivation and rushed into the heavenly god realm. In an instant, it caused the sky to explode. A pitch-black lightning vortex immediately formed, and dense blood-red lightning leaped about like true dragons. Then, with a whoosh, he directly stepped into the primordial immortal world held up by the little fella. Whooshing Crocodile and Little Taichu also stepped in together. "This is good," Whooshing Crocodile chuckled. The primordial immortal world was a real great world, and it contained endless power. It would have no problem resisting a heavenly god realm tribulation with its pure defensive power. Boom! The sky shook violently and thunder roared. Heaven and earth were shrouded in darkness. At this time, Lin Tian was standing in the primordial immortal world held up by Little Taichu. He could feel an extremely terrifying aura of destruction, but his expression was relaxed. Come, strike to your heart's content. Chapter 1877. Thunder rumbled and blood-red lightning flashed, as if to destroy everything. The entire sky was about to explode. There seemed to be a supreme ruler within, and it seemed to be extremely dissatisfied with Lin Tian's provocation. Another explosion sounded out, and then the first round of tribulation lightning struck down, drowning the surrounding space in this round of tribulation lightning. In the blink of an eye, the lightning punishment came crashing down on Lin Tian. It landed on the primordial immortal world, intending to shatter Lin Tian inside. This aura was terrifying. Even in the primordial immortal world, Lin Tian couldn't help but tremble. Whooshing Crocodile and Little Taichu were naturally frightened as well. Under this simple first round of lightning punishment, even a half-step divine king would be struck to death in an instant. However, the primordial immortal world was as strong as they expected. It blocked the lightning punishment directly. Even when the destructive power of this round of lightning punishment had completely dissipated, the barrier of light didn't even tremble. As expected of a greater realm that even the King of Chaos and the other old farts coveted. It's so tough. Whooshing Crocodile clicked his tongue, then looked at Lin Tian. Speaking of which, your Empyrean tribulation is really scary. This is only the first round of lightning punishment, and it's already so powerful. How scary will the next ones be? Lin Tian himself was also shocked. He had already predicted that the heavenly god tribulation this time would be very terrifying. But when he actually faced it, he realized that he had underestimated the power of the lightning tribulation this time. It was several times stronger than what he had expected. In the past, it wouldn't have been difficult for him to endure the first few rounds of lightning punishment. With the 5 heaven-shaking lightning technique and lightning divine Tao, he could even perfectly endure a tribulation. However, in the face of this lightning punishment, he realized that it would be difficult for him to even endure the first round of lightning punishment. When it came to the second round, he definitely wouldn't be able to endure it. Is it because of the extra world seed in my body that the subsequent heavenly tribulations are even more powerful? He guessed. At this moment, thunder boomed in the sky. The second round of lightning punishment came crashing down. This was a field of lightning and fire, carrying with it a destructive heat. It came crashing down, destroying a large part of the void. In the blink of an eye, this field of lightning and fire came crashing down, enveloping Lin Tian in the primordial immortal world. However, the primordial immortal world was unimaginably strong. It easily blocked the second round of lightning punishment. This is the first time I'm standing in the center of your tribulation. This feeling is to frighten me. Whooshing Crocodile couldn't help but take a deep breath. It had seen Lin Tian undergo multiple heavenly tribulations after reaching the immortal transcendence realm. However, it had always watched from afar. This was the first time it had been in the center of the lightning tribulation, and it was the first time it had truly felt the destructive might of the lightning tribulation. If it wasn't for the primordial immortal empire, it reckoned that just that aura alone would be enough to destroy it. The little Taichu also shrunk its neck. It couldn't help but jump onto Lin Tian's head. It tugged on Lin Tian's hair and looked up, through the light barrier of the primordial immortal world. It looked at the lightning and fire and other ordinary lightning that came crashing down. Luckily, I have this little guy's primordial immortal world. Lin Tian smiled. He was also looking at his own tribulation. The destructive aura was incredibly strong, but he was very relaxed. Immediately he took action. He summoned the immortal Emperor Pagoda and took out the Chaos Stone tablet. Then he sent the immortal Emperor Pagoda out of the primordial immortal world. The immortal Emperor Pagoda contained a vast amount of power of faith. However, he wasn't worried that the power of faith would be destroyed by the lightning punishment. That power of faith was perfectly compatible with the immortal Emperor Pagoda. As long as the immortal Emperor Pagoda didn't disappear, the power of faith within it wouldn't disappear. It wouldn't be destroyed by the lightning punishment. The immortal Emperor Pagoda was made from the ultimate mystical material, primordial heavenly crystal. It was his ultimate mystical weapon. Although the heavenly god-level lightning punishment was terrifying, it couldn't destroy the immortal Emperor Pagoda. Even if an immortal emperor attacked, he wouldn't be able to destroy the immortal Emperor Pagoda without killing him. When he sent the immortal Emperor Pagoda out, it was immediately smashed to pieces. However, the primordial light didn't dissipate. Under the baptism of the tribulation, it became even purer and more crystalline. Boom! 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 Thunder rumbled. After the second round of heavenly punishment, round after round of heavenly punishment descended. In the blink of an eye, there are 17 rounds of heavenly punishment, each more terrifying than the last. However, they were all easily blocked by the primordial immortal empire. After the 17th round of lightning punishment, the heavens trembled. The 18th round of lightning punishment descended. Boom! The heavens and earth trembled because of the appearance of the 18th round of lightning punishment. The destructive aura was at least 10 times stronger than the 17th round of lightning punishment. Lightning shadows formed one after another. There were angels with broken wings, headless knights, immortals with broken arms, ferocious ghosts, savage beasts, and blind blood shadows. It was as if they were really going to destroy the heavens and earth. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. He could feel that this was the last round of lightning punishment of the heavenly gods' tribulation. The scene was the same, the last round of lightning punishment. Wuxing Crocodile asked. Lin Tian nodded. Yes. Wuxing Crocodile had a strange expression. Speaking of which, the last round of lightning punishment of your recent heavenly tribulations all looked like this. Could there be some special meaning behind it? Lin Tian frowned. He naturally had the same thought. However, he couldn't guess what it meant. Ignore it. Finally, he said, Boom! The 18th round of lightning punishment was terrifying. The figures formed by the lightning seemed to be the source of all destruction. They crazily attacked the primordial immortal world. However, the primordial immortal world was really strong. With the little guy supporting it, it could be said to be an absolute defense. Even under the terrifying last round of lightning punishment, its light barrier didn't even tremble. It perfectly blocked the lightning until it dissipated on its own. Then, in the sky, the pitch-black lightning vortex trembled and dissipated. The place became bright again. The destructive aura disappeared completely in the blink of an eye. It's over. Lin Tian said with a smile. This was the most terrifying heavenly tribulation he had ever undergone, but it was also the most effortless one he had ever undergone. Buzz! In the sky, when the pitch-black lightning vortex dissipated completely, rainbow auspicious clouds gathered like before. At this time, Lin Tian didn't continue to hide in the primordial immortal world. He stepped out. The rainbow auspicious clouds contained astonishing power of heaven and earth. It was a gift after the heavenly tribulation. It had unimaginable benefits for him. He stepped out of the primordial immortal world and guided the power of the rainbow auspicious clouds into his body. He used the Heart Sutra of Sun to refine and strengthen himself. In the blink of an eye, more than a quarter of an hour passed. The 7-colored, auspicious clouds dispersed and disappeared. He used the power of the 7-colored, auspicious clouds to stabilize his heavenly god realm cultivation base. His physical body became stronger, and the divine might in his body flowed like a divine river. It seemed like it would never dry up and would never be used up. His divine sense and divine sense also underwent a qualitative change. Good. He clenched his fists. His eyes were bright. Chapter 1878. Lin Tian's heavenly god tier, divine power, surged within his body. His entire body was shrouded in divine light, as if a god had descended upon the world. At this moment, there was no doubt about his power. Just a slight movement of his finger was enough to crush everything. He took a deep breath and waved his hand, summoning the fragments of the immortal Emperor Pagoda that were floating in the void. With a thought, the immortal Emperor Pagoda quickly reformed. There were more lightning runes on it, and it had an even stronger lightning aura. He was very satisfied with this. He was looking forward to seeing how far his divine origin weapon could grow in the future. I'm finally a heavenly god. This aura is very powerful. Whooshing crocodile flashed over. At this moment, Lin Tian had not completely retracted his heavenly god aura. It could feel Lin Tian's aura up close and could not help but be shocked. It was indeed very powerful. Yeah, you're very powerful. Little Taichu flapped its wings and flew over. It said in its childish voice. At the same time, it put away the primordial immortal empire. Now that Lin Tian had passed the heavenly tribulation, he did not need the primordial immortal empire for the time being. Lin Tian put the immortal Emperor Pagoda back into his body. He rubbed the little guy's little head and smiled. It's all thanks to you, little guy. If it were not for the little guy's help in communicating with the primordial immortal empire, he would not have been able to pass the heavenly tribulation. Yeah. The little guy responded in its childish voice. Its big eyes curved into crescents. It was very cute and innocent. Lin Tian smiled again, then tilted his head to look at the other parts of the Dafan divine land. At this moment, because he was undergoing the tribulation here, the ground within a radius of several thousand meters was completely damaged and scorched. The surface of the ground had sunk by several hundred meters, and there was still a faint aura of destruction in the air. What should we do next? Whooshing Crocodile asked. We need to find something else. We need it in the process of nurturing the world's seed into a real major world. Lin Tiandao. Oh, I remember now. There was such a thing. Whooshing Crocodile nodded, then asked, what was that thing again? Thousandwood root, containing endless vitality, Lin Tiandao. Just like the mixed sacred source. This thing was also an extremely rare divine item. It was rumored that even if someone had died countless years ago, as long as there was still a trace of consciousness, this thousandwood root could revive them. It was a true sacred medicine. If powerful cultivators were to refine it, they would be able to increase their battle prowess by more than twofold. Doubling one's battle prowess was terrifying because it was a permanent increase, not a temporary one. A permanent doubling of one's battle prowess was a fatal temptation to any cultivator of any realm. He told the whooshing crocodile little Taichu about the miraculous effects of this divine item. The two beasts were immediately shocked. It really is a super godly item. Whooshing Crocodile glared at him. For someone who had died countless years ago, even if they still had a trace of consciousness, they could still be resurrected. At the same time, after a cultivator refined it, no matter what level they were at, they could permanently double their combat strength. This was truly astonishing. Needless to say, even those who had surpassed the God Emperor realm would fight for it with all their might. Then do you know what this thing looks like? Do you know how to find it? It asked Lin Tiandao. Wherever it is, the life aura will be very strong, beyond imagination. Lin Tiandao said, as for what it looks like, I naturally know. An old drunkard told him to find the thousandwood root. So naturally, he told him some information about the thousandwood root, which was transmitted into his consciousness through divine thought. Immediately, he called the whooshing crocodile and little Taichu to leave this place and head to other places in the Dafan divine land. Just as he had said, wherever Wanmugen was, the surrounding life aura would definitely be strong beyond imagination. He only needed to follow this clue and go to the places in the Daffin Divine Earth where the life aura was denser. The Daffin Divine Land was very vast. Celestial mountains and ancient peaks were everywhere. They were really connected to each other, rising and falling like waves. He led the whooshing crocodile and little Taichu to search in the Daffin Divine Land. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. In half a month, he walked through several places with strong life aura. However, he did not find the thousandwood root. Instead, he found some other celestial herbs that contained boundless life aura, which were not of much value to them now. Boom! On this day, when they walked into another celestial mountain with a very dense aura of life, extremely shocking waves of divine might and demonic aura appeared in front of them. Waves of powerful shock waves swept over from very far away, shattering many ancient trees. It seems like someone is fighting in front. The aura is not weak, and there is the pressure of a heavenly god mixed in it. However, it is a little weak, as if it is seriously injured. The whooshing crocodile said. Lin Tian raised his head, because he had cultivated the delusion breaker divine eye, and his cultivation level had reached heavenly god level. His eyesight was naturally very powerful. He casually looked in the direction of the divine power shock waves. Originally, he just wanted to take a casual look. However, when he really looked over, he was slightly moved. There, a woman in blue was fighting with a ferocious beast. Divine power and demonic aura surged, shattering pieces of space. The woman in blue was obviously at a disadvantage. Her body was stained with many bloodstains, and her face was a little pale. It's her. He recognized this woman. Not long ago, he, the whooshing crocodile, and little Taichu accidentally entered the Daffin Divine Land. A handsome young man wanted to kill them. This woman had spoken up for them and stopped the young man from doing so. Roar! A deafening roar resounded in all directions. Not far ahead, the ferocious beast that was fighting with the woman in blue was not very large. It was only about 10 feet tall. Its entire body was covered in pitch-black scales, which gave people a feeling that it was extremely hard. With a loud roar, the demonic aura shook, shattering a large piece of space on the spot and flipping the woman in blue over. The woman in blue was flipped over and flew for more than 1,000 feet before she could stabilize herself. However, just as she stabilized herself, the ferocious beast, which was about 10 feet tall, swooped down at an extremely fast speed. It directly stretched out its thick, demonic claws and grabbed at the woman in blue. The woman in blue was immediately shocked because she had only just managed to stabilize herself. She had no time to dodge at all. When Lin Tian saw this scene, he naturally knew that the woman in blue would not be able to react in time. He immediately moved. His speed was very fast, and he stepped in front of the woman in blue in one step. Then he directly raised his hand and punched at the approaching ferocious beast. In the next moment, his fist collided with the ferocious beast's claws. Puff! Blood splattered, and the ferocious beast's claws were immediately torn into pieces. Then its demonic body was directly sent flying for thousands of feet. Are you okay? He turned around and looked at the woman in blue. Chapter 1879. The lady in blue was a little surprised. She did not expect to see Lin Tian again in this place. At the same time, she was also surprised that Lin Tianyi had smashed the ferocious beast's claw with just one punch. Although she had seen Lin Tian and the Demon Shark clan's divine prince fight briefly and knew that Lin Tian's physique was very strong, this ferocious beast was very terrifying. Its demon body was even stronger than the Demon Shark clan's divine prince. But now, Lin Tian had smashed the beast's claw with just one punch. Did this mean that his physical strength was even stronger than the Demon Shark clan's divine prince? It's that girl. Whooshing Crocodile and little Taichu also flashed over at this time. When they saw the lady in blue, they were just as moved as Lin Tian was at the beginning. When they first entered the Daffin Divine Land, this lady had said something to them. Naturally, they remembered it like Lin Tian. Roar! An earth-shattering roar rang out. In the distance, the ferocious beast that was knocked away by Lin Tian stood up. Its eyes surged with a terrifying light, and it directly rushed over again. As it moved, the surrounding space was shaken and distorted. The majestic demon aura seemed to be able to suppress everything. The aura was terrifying. So strong! It is definitely not weaker than an ordinary peak divine realm expert. Wuxing Crocodile was surprised. Lin Tian looked at the ferocious beast rushing over, but he did not care. He said to the lady in blue, "You rest first. I will deal with it." As soon as he finished speaking, he directly stepped forward. His movement was simple and direct. He pressed down with a punch. With a loud bang, as his punch pressed down, the surrounding space trembled as he fought with the ferocious beast. The ferocious beast was very strong. Its demon body was so strong that even Lin Tian could not help but be surprised. It was not much weaker than an ordinary king body. However, for the current him, it was naturally nothing. The tip of his fist carried traces of electric arcs. Every punch blasted out a large amount of demon blood. Large pieces of scales were smashed off the ferocious beast's body. This ferocious beast could not withstand it at all. Heavenly God realm. The woman in blue couldn't help but be moved. While she was shocked by the fact that Lin Tian had completely suppressed the beast, she could also vaguely sense that Lin Tian's current level of cultivation had actually gone from half-step Heavenly God to Heavenly God domain. After reaching the Heavenly God realm, my physical body has become even stronger than when I fought against the Demon Shark clan's divine son. It's no wonder that I can easily suppress this beast, she muttered to herself. At the same time, her eyes flickered. Lin Tian was currently at the early stage of the heavenly deity realm, yet his physique was so terrifying. He was much stronger than many peak stage heavenly deities. This truly shocked her. Bang! 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 In front of him, Lin Tian threw out simple punches, landing them on the ferocious beast again and again. Muffled sounds rang out, forcing the ferocious beast to retreat again and again. Bright red demon blood floated in the air. In terms of pure physical strength, this ferocious beast was no match at all. Roar! The ferocious beast was enraged. It let out a loud roar, and a turquoise flame rushed out from its body, instantly burning down a large area of the void. The lady in blue was shocked. She hurriedly said, "Retreat. This is its demonic origin flame. It can even burn divine power and divine rules. You can't fight it head-on." Previously, she had suffered a great loss under this turquoise demonic origin flame and was severely injured. That was why she kept retreating. It can destroy divine power and divine rules. That's powerful. Lin Tian laughed to himself. Then let's try that thing. With a boom, he retracted his fist. A golden divine fire surged out from his body. It was the pure yang flame. He had not used such a divine fire for a long time. As soon as the golden pure yang flame appeared, an extremely scorching divine power surged. It collided with the turquoise demonic origin flame and instantly crackled. In the next moment, the turquoise demonic origin flame was ignited by the pure yang flame. In the blink of an eye, it was completely incinerated. Then, it enveloped the ferocious beast. Immediately, the ferocious beast trembled. It could not help but let out a shrill cry. It fell to the ground with a thud and struggled to roll around. A golden flame that can burn flames. This is the pure yang flame. The woman in blue was shocked again. She recognized the flame that Lin Tian had summoned. This kind of flame was rumored to be able to evolve continuously. It could truly burn everything. It was one of the most powerful divine fires in the world. She did not expect Lin Tian to have this kind of divine fire. Roar! The ferocious beast howled continuously. Its entire body was enveloped by the pure yang flame. It struggled with all its might. Its demonic power vibrated as it tried to extinguish the flames on its body. However, it was useless. After a quarter of an hour, in the midst of its tragic howls, its demonic origin flame was completely incinerated. Its body and soul were completely destroyed. It was also at this moment that Lin Tian's expression changed slightly. The ferocious beast had been incinerated by his pure yang flame. However, there was a fist-sized ball of light left behind. It was intertwined with very rich divine rule energy. He raised his hand and caught it in his hand. He looked at it curiously. At the same time, the woman in blue was shocked. The ferocious beast that possessed the divine rule fire that could incinerate divine power had been incinerated by Lin Tian's even more powerful divine fire. Then, she put away her shock and walked to Lin Tian's side. She bowed slightly. "Thank you for your help, my friend." If Lin Tian had not appeared to help her this time, she would not have been able to keep her life. Lin Tian heard her and turned around. He looked at the woman and said politely, "You're welcome, my lady." Back then, this woman had spoken up for them even though she did not know them. He had a good impression of her. Seeing that she was in trouble, he naturally wanted to help her. As soon as he finished speaking, he showed the ball of light in his hand and asked the woman, "By the way, my lady, what is this?" The ball of light that he was talking about had floated out from the ferocious beast's body. It contained very powerful divine rule energy. However, he did not know what it was. Then he thought that the woman in blue should know about it. The woman in blue was a little surprised. "You don't know what this is?" "This is the first time I've seen it. I don't know." Lin Tian told her the truth. Only then did the woman in blue remember that Lin Tian did not even know that this place was Dafan, Holy Land. Therefore, it was normal that he did not know what this thing was. "This is divine essence," she said. "Divine essence?" Lin Tian was slightly surprised. He asked again, "What is it exactly?" At the same time, the whooshing crocodile and the little Taichu flew over. They looked at the ball of light in Lin Tian's hand and then looked at the woman in blue. "Well, it's like this," the woman in blue explained in detail. "The Dafan Holy Land is surrounded by drifting divine Tao precepts and pure divine qi. The ferocious beasts and demonic beasts live here all year round and cultivate and grow. A portion of the divine Tao precepts and pure divine qi absorbed into their bodies are difficult to refine and stay. They condense into divine essence, which is the ball of light in your hand. After the ferocious beasts and demonic beasts die, the divine essence condensed in their bodies will not dissipate temporarily. Cultivators can directly refine it to improve their cultivation and temper their own divine rule. It is very useful." Chapter 1880. Lin Tian's expression changed slightly when he heard the blue-clothed woman's words. The thing in his hand was called Divine Origin, and it had such a great use. Not only could it be used to raise one's cultivation base, but it could also be used to refine divine laws. Good stuff! Whooshing Crocodile's eyes lit up. This was definitely a treasure. It's very good, but it's only useful for cultivators below the Divine King realm. After reaching the Divine King realm, one's cultivation base has reached a new level, and the divine Tao laws have become very pure. This divine origin won't be of much use. The blue-clothed woman said. Lin Tian nodded. In other words, the strongest person who has entered the Dafan divine land to train is no stronger than the Divine King realm. The blue-clothed woman nodded. That's right. Lin Tian's eyes lit up. In this case, he could almost do whatever he wanted in the Dafan divine land. His cultivation base had reached the level of a heavenly god, and ordinary cultivators below the Divine King realm would find it difficult to stop him. By the way, I heard that this place is called the Trial of 10,000 Tribes. Which big tribes have entered? How strong are they? He asked. When they had just entered the Dafan divine land, a woman had said that all the big tribes who are qualified to enter have already entered. Now that he thought about it, there must be many big tribes gathered here. In the future, he would have to spend a lot of time searching for the Wan Mugen. Therefore, it was necessary for him to know more about the big tribes. They are all ranked in the top 2,000 among the 10,000 tribes in the heavens. The blue-clothed woman said. Lin Tian opened his mouth. That which big tribes are ranked in the top 2,000. He knew that there were 10,000 tribes in the world, but he did not know the specific big tribes and their specific rankings. The blue-clothed woman could not help but be surprised. She said strangely, "You're so powerful, but you don't know the rankings of the 10,000 tribes in the heavens." "I don't know." Lin Tian said honestly. "I don't know either." Whooshing Crocodile echoed. "Yeah." Little Taichu's eyes were very bright. It looked at the blue-clothed woman and blinked. It seemed to express the same meaning as Lin Tian, the woman in blue. At this time, the man and the two beasts were looking at her. In her eyes, they were like 3 curious babies. The myriad races of the heavens refers to the fact that there are many great races in the world, not just 10,000 great races. However, the rankings only record the top 10,000 clans. I will use my divine sense to show you the information about these clans, she said. Then 3 translucent divine senses flew out from her sea of consciousness and presented themselves to Lin Tian, Whooshing Crocodile, and little Taichu at the same time. The 3 translucent divine senses contain many things about the races in the universe, such as the war race, the yen race, the flying serpent race, the zither race, the demon shark race, the feather race, the illusory wood race, the immortal eye race, the luo sha race, and many others. Among them, the races that were ranked in the top 2,000 were all very strong. They had 1 or 2 god monarchs guarding them and had been passed down for countless years. After reading this, Lin Tian immediately understood many things. However, because of this, he could not help but feel a little strange. What about the chaotic race? He asked. The divine senses that the woman in blue presented to them included the top 10,000 clans in the universe. Among them, the top few clans only had 2 god monarchs guarding them. Moreover, the strongest one was only at the early stage god monarchs. However, the chaotic race had at least 5 god monarchs guarding them. There were even peak god monarchs guarding them. However, the chaotic race was not ranked in the top 10,000 clans. This naturally made him curious. The chaotic race is very strong, very strong. They are much stronger than the number 1 race among the myriad races. Moreover, they are many times stronger. Therefore, they are not ranked in the myriad races. They are listed together with the nether race, the ashy race, the ghost race, the evil race, and the mysterious ancient race. The woman in blue said. After pausing for a while, she added, "It is said that these clans have existed for a very long time. Moreover, they seem to have some kind of close connection with a world that is higher than this universe. It is very mysterious." Hearing this, Lin Tian understood that the chaotic race was called one of the 6 legendary races in this universe. As for the upper world that the woman in blue mentioned, and the close connection between the chaotic race and the upper world, he was not surprised. This was because the 12-winged sacred emissary that the King of Chaos had summoned had called their universe a lower world. Therefore, he naturally guessed that the chaotic race came from a higher world. At the same time, he could naturally see that the chaotic race that the King of Chaos was in had a close connection with a higher world. The nether race, the ashy race, the ghost race, the evil race, and the mysterious ancient race. These 5 clans, He muttered to himself. Could it be related to the nether king, the Sakra, the holy king Luan Zhuan, the evil ancestor, and the Grand Supreme? From the looks of it, it seems to match. What are you muttering to yourself about? The woman in blue asked curiously as she listened to his muttering. Nothing. Lin Tian smiled and shook his head. After pausing for a while, he thought of something and asked, "Then, do you know about the immortal spirit royal family? Why aren't they in the top 10,000 clans?" Among the top 10,000 clans in this universe, he saw the dragon race and the phoenix race. However, the immortal spirit royal family, which was revered by the dragon race and the phoenix race, did not have a name, just like the chaotic race. As for the chaotic race, the woman in blue said that it was one of the 6 legendary clans. She also mentioned the other 5 clans, but the immortal spirit royal family was not among them. Hearing his question, the whooshing crocodile could not help but look at the woman in blue. It also wanted to ask the same question. Little Taichu also stared at the woman in blue. After all, it was from the immortal spirit royal family. You know about the immortal spirit royal family. The woman in blue was a little surprised. Lin Tian was a little surprised. He did not know why the woman in blue was surprised, but he said, I heard someone mention it by chance. They are very powerful and are not weaker than the chaotic race. He naturally would not say that the little Taichu in his group was from the immortal spirit royal family and had seen the immortal spirit royal family before. You actually heard about this from someone else. The person who mentioned this must be very extraordinary. The woman in blue spoke, and her expression became very solemn. I only heard about this by chance from the ancestor of the clan. Even the ancestor himself knows very little about this clan. He once said that the existence of this clan is a taboo. Taboo? Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. What do you mean? The immortal spirit royal family that little Taichu was from was a taboo clan. I don't know what it means exactly. The ancestor of the clan did not know either. He only knew that this clan was unimaginably powerful. They had very few members, but their bloodline was very invincible. It was even more terrifying than the chaotic body and other king bodies. I think only the legendary reincarnation body could beat them in terms of physique. Chapter 1881. Lin Tian and the 5-element crocodile both looked at little Taichu after hearing the blue-clothed woman's words. The little Taichu was from the royal family of the immortal spirit tribe. They knew that its bloodline was powerful, but they didn't know that it was called a forbidden tribe. Yeah. The little Taichu blinked innocently at Lin Tian and whooshing crocodile. Lin Tian and whooshing crocodile were speechless. It's so small and adorable. I really can't see how it can be called a forbidden tribe. Whooshing crocodile muttered. Lin Tian paused. It seemed that the blue-clothed woman didn't know much about the little guy's tribe. He didn't ask further. He could ask the immortal spirit emperor about this the next time he saw him. The immortal spirit emperor should know the details. Then he thought of something else and asked the blue-clothed woman, "Oh, right, you mentioned the upper realm. Do you know anything about it?" He was indeed very curious about the so-called upper world. "I know a little." The blue-clothed woman said, "There's a place called the celestial void realm in the heavenly realms we're in now. It's really vast and boundless. The Daffin divine land, which is no smaller than the immortal realm, is said to be a piece of broken earth that fell from the celestial void realm during an ancient battle." "What?" Lin Tian was shocked. Whooshing crocodile couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. The Daffin divine land, which was no smaller than the immortal realm, was just a piece of broken earth that fell from the celestial void realm. A single piece of earth was able to transform into an ancient region that wasn't the slightest bit smaller than the immortal region. Then, exactly how vast was that celestial void world? This, the man and the 2 beasts were deeply shocked. This was too shocking. Lin Tian took a deep breath and asked, "Then, where is the celestial void realm? How do we enter it?" "I don't know where it is exactly. As for how to enter, my ancestor mentioned it before. It seems that one has to cross the Emperor God realm to sense the existence of the celestial void realm and then know how to enter it," the blue-clothed woman said. Lin Tian was shocked again. One had to cross the Emperor God realm to sense the existence of the celestial void realm and know how to enter it? This made him feel even more strongly that this so-called celestial void realm was truly extraordinary. After a pause, he looked at the blue-clothed woman and asked again, "Emperor God realm, what realms are there after the Emperor God realm?" As he asked this, he felt a little embarrassed. He had already asked the other party a lot of questions. "Well, I'm sorry. I really don't know about these things, but I really want to know. It's— The lady in blue smiled and continued, I'm not sure what's after the divine Emperor realm. Even the old ancestor of my clan doesn't know. We only know that the divine Emperor realm isn't the end of cultivation. Lin Tian Dao was slightly disappointed. He thought that the blue-robed woman would know about the matters after the God Emperor realm. Lin Tian, it doesn't matter. As long as it's something I know, I'll answer it for you. The blue-clothed woman looked at Lin Tian Dao. Lin Tian blushed with shame. Hearing the woman take the initiative to ask if he had any more questions, he was a little embarrassed. Then he thought for a moment and smiled. I have something to ask. What's your name? I'm Lin Tian. He had asked a series of questions, but he had never asked for her name. It was somewhat rude. The blue-clothed woman was slightly stunned. Then she smiled gracefully. Qin clan, Qin Jin. Lin Tian nodded and asked, Are you the only one from the Qin clan who entered the Dafan divine land to train? He looked at Qin Jin. She seemed to be alone. Not really. There are other sisters. It's just that when the elders sent us here, they deliberately separated us in order to let us train ourselves and not rely on each other. Qin Jin said, The sky of the Dafan divine land was blue, and the immortal spiritual energy in the air was very dense. Lin Tian and Qin Jin chatted for a while. Then he looked at the Xin Yuan in his hand and handed it to Qin Jin. He smiled and said, That beast was your initial goal, right? This Xin Yuan is for you. Qin Jin couldn't help but roll her eyes. You killed that beast and saved me. How can I take this Xin Yuan? At the same time, she told Lin Tian how to refine Xin Yuan to fully utilize its effects. It was a method deduced by the big clans after tens of thousands of deliberations. It was not a secret, but she felt that Lin Tian definitely didn't know this method. Because before, Lin Tian didn't even know that this place was the Dafan Divine Land, and he didn't know what Xin Yuan was. In the end, Lin Tian accepted the Xin Yuan. At the same time, he thanked Qin Jin again, thanking her for telling him the method to effectively refine Xin Yuan. Because, after knowing the effect of Xin Yuan, he planned to look for the Wan Mugen in the Dafan Divine Land. Together with the whooshing crocodile and the little Taichu, they would also kill the ferocious birds and beasts. They would take the Shen Yuan from these ferocious birds and beasts to improve their cultivation and refine their divine laws. If Qin Jin didn't tell him this method, after they obtained the Shen Yuan, they could only refine it simply and directly. In that way, the effect of the Shen Yuan obtained would be greatly reduced. Roar! They were now in a celestial mountain. There were many ferocious birds and beasts inside, and there were astonishing cries of beasts. At this moment, not far away, an ancient bird of about 3 feet long appeared. Its whole body was surrounded by a faint purple mist, and it rushed toward this place. There was a lot of blood on its body, and a lot of its feathers had fallen off. It was seriously injured, but its speed was very fast. Its eyes were filled with panic and anger. At the same time, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. 3 figures rushed behind it, and their bodies were surrounded by the aura of the gods. Bastard, your speed is very fast. However, in front of me, the Son of God, you can't escape. Obediently accept your death, and let me take out your Shen Yuan. Among the 3 people, a handsome young man sneered, with a trace of arrogance and domineering. His speed was also very fast. He chased closely behind the ancient bird, and the distance between them was constantly shrinking. Lin Tian happened to be in the direction of the ancient bird. Naturally, he saw the handsome young man and couldn't help but be stunned. Io, enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. I just broke through to the God realm, and I met this guy. Whooshing Crocodile also saw the handsome young man. Like Lin Tian, he was stunned for a moment, and then couldn't help but laugh sinisterly. Little Taichu also saw the handsome young man and said to Lin Tian in a childish voice, "Beat him up!" Chapter 1882. The ancient bird was about 10 meters long and covered in blood. It fled at top speed. Luo Wanqing and two other young men chased after it. They were all heavenly gods, and their auras were very strong. "Kill him," the Wuxing crocodile said, following the little Taichu's words. Lin Tian, of course, would not be polite. He stood where he was and said nothing. He waved his hand, and a golden sword energy shot out. With a clang, the ear-piercing sound of the sword reverberated. It split the air and arrived in front of Luo Wanqing in the blink of an eye. Luo Wanqing was shocked. He quickly moved to the side, dodged the sword, and stopped. At the same time, the other two young men behind him also stopped. "Who dares to obstruct this son of God? Attack me," Luo Wanqing said, coldly looking in the direction of the sword energy. Then he saw Lin Tian. "It's you." In an instant his eyes revealed an even colder light, full of murderous intent. At the same time, the other two young men behind Luo Wanqing naturally recognized Lin Tian. Not long ago, when Luo Wanqing killed Lin Tian, they were nearby and saw everything. A few days ago, you fled in panic like a stray dog. Now you appear in front of my clan's divine son and dare to take the initiative to attack. Have you eaten the courage of a leopard these days? How are you going to escape this time? If you can't escape, will you kowtow to my clan's divine son and beg for mercy? One of them sneered. He was dressed in black, and his face was full of sarcasm and ridicule. Lin Tian's gaze moved away from Luo Wanqing and looked at the man. Meeting Lin Tian's gaze, the man sneered again. "What's wrong? Unhappy? Do you want to kill me? You can kill." Boom! The sound of thunder was ear-piercing, interrupting the man's words. Lin Tian's mind moved slightly, and a purple lightning bolt fell from the sky, carrying the fierce and domineering power of the 5 heaven-shaking thunders incantation. It directly enveloped the man. With a puff, the man exploded on the spot. He did not even have time to scream or leave a drop of blood. He was directly annihilated by the purple lightning. That's what happens when you have a cheap mouth. Wuxing crocodile sneered. Qin Jin's expression changed. She naturally knew that the purple lightning came from Lin Tian. Seeing Lin Tian kill the young man from the demon mermaid clan so easily, she couldn't help but be surprised. After all, that person was a mid-stage heavenly god. The other youth behind Luo Wanqing was also moved. Originally, when he heard the black-clothed youth of his clan ridicule Lin Tian, his face had a sneer and ridicule, but at this time, the expression on his face directly froze. This, the black-robed young man, was the same as him, a middle-stage heavenly god. However, he was killed by Lin Tian just like that. What kind of combat power was this? Luo Wanqing's face became even colder. Lin Tian had actually killed a member of his demon mermaid clan in front of him. Heavenly deity stage. No wonder a little worm like you dares to appear in front of me again. At this moment, he could see Lin Tian's cultivation level. His expression was still cold. Early heavenly god, although you have some ability, you are still a worm. Lin Tian didn't say anything and directly walked towards the other party. In the next moment, his pace suddenly became faster, leaving afterimages with each step. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Luo Wanqing and directly slapped him. A worm will always be a worm. No matter what, it's not enough. Luo Wanqing raised his fist and punched towards Lin Tian. The tip of his fist carried wisps of black light, and the aura was terrifying. With a bang, his fist was so powerful that it shook the void and roared. It was like a meteor falling towards Lin Tian. In the blink of an eye, one palm and one fist collided. Bang! With a muffled groan, Luo Wanqing was immediately blasted away. He continuously retreated dozens of steps before he could stop. The expression of the young man who was still alive beside Luo Wanqing changed again. He was also a disciple of the demon mermaid clan. At this time, when he saw this scene, he was somewhat incredulous. Their clan's divine son's cultivation was at the peak of the heavenly god stage, and his physique was incomparably strong. Now, when he punched towards a human, he was blasted back dozens of steps, while the human didn't move a single step. I only used 20% of my strength, and you can't take it anymore. Lin Tian opened his mouth. As soon as these words came out, the expression of the young man who was still alive behind Luo Wanqing changed again. That palm just now, this human in front of him only used 20% of his strength? How was it possible that 20% of his strength could repel their clan's divine son? Even Qin Jin was moved. Although she knew that Lin Tian's physique was very terrifying, stronger than that of the heavenly god stage beast, but now, after Lin Tian sent Luo Wanqing flying with his palm and said that he only used 20% of his strength, she still couldn't help but be shocked. Just 20% of his strength had such power? When you were dealing with that beast before, you were far from using all of your physical strength. This, just the strength of the physical body, even the barbarian king physique of the same realm can't compare, right? She was shocked. Luo Wanqing stabilized his body, and his expression became somewhat ferocious. He was actually blasted back by this human again, but the other party stood firmly in the same place and said that he only used 20% of his strength. 20% of your strength? Pretentious, he said coldly. Naturally, he didn't believe that a human at the early stage of the heavenly god stage could repel him with just 20% of his strength. That was simply a big joke. Not far away, the ancient bird covered in blood was no longer being chased. It glanced at Lin Tian and then fled again, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Luo Wanqing naturally saw this, but he didn't stop it. At this time, he only wanted to kill Lin Tian. Boom! Waves of divine power gushed out from his body, and a black light surged. He stepped straight toward Lin Tian and pressed down with a great divine power. Die, worm, he said ruthlessly. The black light rolled, and a huge wave of destruction rushed out from behind him. It was completely condensed from divine power, and its aura was terrifying. Lin Tian's expression didn't change at all. He stepped forward and slapped out again. 50% of my strength. With a buzzing sound, his big hand slapped out. There was no divine power entwined, and it was completely pure physical strength. In an instant, it shattered Luo Wanqing's divine power. Then the palm didn't change and landed steadily on Luo Wanqing's body. Immediately, with a puff, blood splattered everywhere. Half of Luo Wanqing's body was directly smashed. Blood dyed some of the white, divine flowers on the ground red. He flew hundreds of feet away, smashing dozens of ancient trees in a row before he came to a stop. Blood gushed out of his mouth. He looked at Lin Tian in shock and anger. He was shocked because Lin Tian had used pure physical strength to shatter his divine power and injure him. He was angry because half of his body had been shattered by the worm in his eyes. It should be known that his original form was the immemorial demon shark, and his bloodline was incomparably pure. It was far from being comparable to others of the same generation in the clan. The bloodline of many of the clan's elders was even more astonishing. Naturally, his physique was very strong, not much weaker than the brute king physique of the same level. But now Lin Tian had shattered his divine power and half of his body so easily. Lin Tian completely ignored the man's shock and anger. He stepped forward calmly and pressed toward him. Do you know why the flowers are so red? Not far away, the whooshing crocodile glanced at the white flowers on the ground that had turned the color of blood. He answered for Luo Wanqing with a mocking tone, stained with blood. Chapter 1883. Listening to the words of whooshing crocodile and little Taichu, Luo Wanqing was furious to the extreme, especially when little Taichu said in a childish voice that it was dyed in shark blood. It was too harsh for him. This was a blatant humiliation. You two beasts, I'll kill you first. He quickly repaired his physical body and temporarily abandoned Lin Tian at this time. He summoned his heavenly, god-level divine power and pressed it toward whooshing crocodile and little Taichu, his destructive power surging. Lin Tianling snorted. He raised his hand and slapped the other party's divine power toward Wuxing Crocodile and little Tai Chu, smashing it into pieces. Then he stepped forward and forced the other party again. 70% strength, he said indifferently. When he finished speaking, he still raised his hand and slapped the other party. With a buzzing sound, the void was directly shattered by him, and in the blink of an eye, it fell in front of Luo Wanqing. Bang! With a muffled sound, Luo Wanqing was once again sent flying. Half of his body exploded again, and the blood was somewhat eye-catching. Seeing this scene, Qin Jin couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression again. Lin Tian was now only at the early stage of the heavenly god realm, but with pure physical strength he was able to injure Luo Wanqing, who was at the peak of the heavenly god realm, again and again. This was somewhat frightening. The other young man from the demon mermaid clan, who followed Luo Wanqing, was even more trembling. The divine son of their clan was seriously injured again. Worm! Luo Wanqing roared, his face looking even more ferocious. Monstrous divine power surged, and the earth in this place shook. When this aura came out, even as strong as Lin Tian was now, he was slightly moved. This aura was indeed very frightening, and it actually made him feel pressured. Of course, this pressure was not very big, and it was far from enough to make him care. It was no big deal. He stepped forward, and his speed was very fast. This time he no longer attacked with pure physical strength. Instead, he summoned his divine power and waved the Chaos Emperor fist toward the other party. Dong! As he swung the primal Chaos Emperorian fist, a vast and mighty golden fist radiance blasted through Luo Wanqing's divine might. With a poof, it pierced through Luo Wanqing's chest, causing more blood to spill out, dyeing the ground red. Son of God! The young man following Luo Wanqing couldn't help but cry out. Luo Wanqing's chest had been pierced through, and blood was flowing out. After stabilizing himself in the distance, his eyes were bloodshot. He was the deity prince of the demon mermaid's race, a peak heavenly god, and yet he was repeatedly wounded by a mere early-stage heavenly god human. Roar! He opened his mouth and roared like a wild beast. Then his body shook violently, directly revealing his original form, a demon shark. His entire body was covered in black ancient patterns, and his sharp teeth seemed to be able to stir up waves in all directions. The divine might that interweaved became even more terrifying and shocking. Kill! He roared madly and pounced directly at Lin Tian. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. After his opponent revealed the demon shark's original form, his aura was obviously many times stronger than before. At this time, it actually gave him real pressure. However, he still didn't care, nor was he afraid. With a cold snort, he met his opponent head-on and swung the primal Chaos Emperorian fist again. Today, I'm going to grill fish, he said as he swung the primal Chaos Emperorian fist one after another. With the power of Extreme Yang, he fought against Luo Wanqing's original form. Boom! 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 The two of them fought fiercely, and their divine might fluctuated, shattering the thick ancient trees in the barren ancient celestial mountain into pieces. In the blink of an eye, this fight lasted for a full quarter of an hour. During this time, the two of them were almost equally matched. However, as time continued to pass, Luo Wanqing's disadvantage was revealed. Although he revealed his original form, his combat strength was still inferior to Lin Tian's, and he began to lose ground. Bang! With a muffled sound, Lin Tian swung his fist and directly blasted Luo Wanqing into the ground. Then he raised his hand and followed up with a thunderbolt. With a rumble, the thunderbolt sank deep into the ground and directly exploded. Luo Wanqing's body was covered in blood, and he was blasted out of the ground. Many of the gravel around him were completely dyed red. Clang! Lin Tian swung his sword, and golden sword rays fell like rain, piercing through Luo Wanqing. Blood splattered everywhere. Luo Wanqing was extremely shocked and angry. He roared hoarsely, "Damn worm!" Bang! Lin Tian appeared in front of him and slapped him, interrupting his words and sending him flying. Several sharp teeth of the demon shark, about 5 inches long, fell out of his mouth and crushed the ground. Luo Wanqing lost. Qin Jin's eyes flickered. Luo Wanqing was the divine son of this generation of the Demon Shark clan, and he was at the peak of the divine realm. The Demon Shark clan was ranked more than 800 among the thousands of clans in the heavens, but now he was suppressed by Lin Tian, a human cultivator in the early divine realm. This really shocked her. "Kill him!" Whooshing Crocodile laughed. "Kill him!" Little Taichu echoed in a childish voice. In front of them, muffled groans were constantly heard. At this point in the battle, Luo Wanqing was completely no match for Lin Tian. After being hit by Lin Tian's fist again and again, cracks had already appeared on his sturdy body, and blood was constantly oozing out. Even if he summoned his divine weapon, he was completely no match for Lin Tian. He was smashed into pieces by Lin Tian's Chaos Emperor fist. Divine son! How is this possible? The last youth of the Demon Shark clan who followed Luo Wanqing trembled. The divine son of their clan was really defeated. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of fists landing on flesh was constantly heard. Lin Tian's expression was calm. The Chaos Emperor fist carried a golden divine power, directly suppressing Luo Wanqing to the point that he had no room to fight back. Finally, in the midst of an ear-piercing dragon's roar, Lin Tian blasted out a huge true dragon fist shadow with the Chaos Emperor fist, blasting Luo Wanqing to the ground. Then he landed a foot on his body, directly breaking 90% of his bones. "I'll give you a chance to say your last words." Looking at Luo Wanqing under his foot, Lin Tian's voice was very calm. Luo Wanqing was bleeding, and he looked at Lin Tian ferociously. "If you dare to kill me, my Demon Shark clan will exterminate your 9 generations. Are you threatening me?" Lin Tianling laughed with some disdain. "You're making me so scared." After saying that, with a clang, a golden sword Qi appeared in his hand and directly chopped at Luo Wanqing's head. "Stop!" At this moment, a loud shout rang out. Not far away, a group of young men and women appeared. There were at least a dozen of them, and one of them made a move. A large expanse of divine light directly bombarded Lin Tian. The speed of the divine light was very fast, and it was powerful and fierce. The might of the heavenly gods was very strong. The golden sword Qi in Lin Tian's hand that was chopping at Luo Wanqing changed direction, directly shattering the divine light. At this time, with whooshing sounds, the dozen young men and women appeared several feet away from Lin Tian. "Let go of fellow Luo," one of the young men said in a deep voice. He wore a purple robe, and his aura was very strong. He was at the peak of the heavenly god realm. It's common for fellow Taoists to fight and learn from each other. You're too vicious to kill like this. Let him go. Chapter 1884. In the Dafan Divine Land, at this time the major clans had sent many disciples into this area to train. Some of the outstanding disciples of the major clans happened to be in this area. They sensed a very amazing divine power vibration in this place, and came to take a look, but they did not expect to see the scene of Luo Wanqing being suppressed by Lin Tian. "What are you waiting for? Let go of brother Luo." The purple-robed youth who spoke first shouted again. At the same time, the other young men and women also spoke, berating Lin Tian, asking Lin Tian to quickly let go of Luo Wanqing. Qin Jin spoke at this time, transmitting her voice to Lin Tian. They are the young practitioners of the Dai clan, the Chemo clan, the Turbid Forest clan, and the Baihuang clan. Among the thousands of clans in the heavens, their ranking is lower than that of the Demon Mermaid clan. Seeing that the divine son of the Demon Mermaid clan is in trouble, they want to join forces to save him and get closer to Luo Wanqing. She said, "This is an opportunity for them. because Luo Wanqing is already the next master of the demon mermaid clan. If they save Luo Wanqing at this time, they will do him a big favor. In the future, when Luo Wanqing really becomes the master of the demon mermaid clan, they will benefit greatly. Lin Tian nodded when he heard this and instantly figured it out. Then he looked up at the dozen young men and women and said, "Don't say that I didn't warn you. This is a grudge between me and Luo Wanqing. No matter what you are planning, I will only give you one chance. Get out of here as far as you can." As soon as he said this, the eyes of the dozen young men and women turned cold. They felt that Lin Tian was too arrogant, daring to be so arrogant in front of a dozen of them at the same time. "Fellow Taoists, don't waste your breath on him. Please kill him quickly and save our clan's divine son. Our clan will reward you handsomely." The young man of the demon mermaid clan, who was with Luo Wanqing, said. At this time, seeing so many peak divine realm masters appear and speak up for their divine son, he immediately knew what these people were thinking. He felt that he and their divine son should be safe. After all, no matter how strong Lin Tian was, it was impossible for him to block a dozen peak divine realm masters. Among these people, several were divine sons and saintesses, and their battle strength was not much weaker than their divine son. "Don't worry, brother Luo Wanqing will be fine," the purple-robed young man said. "Look at how arrogant and despotic he is. I don't think he will let go of brother Luo obediently." "There's nothing more to say," a green-robed man said. "Let's attack together." Another person said. Beside him, the others nodded in succession and said, "That's right. Let's act together and help brother Luo escape earlier." These people wanted to save Luo Wanqing and get closer to Luo Wanqing. In the future, they would benefit a lot. However, they also knew one thing in their hearts. Lin Tian was able to suppress Luo Wanqing, so his combat strength was definitely not weak. If they attacked alone, they wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. Therefore, attacking together was the best choice. It was absolutely safe. At that moment, the dozen or so people immediately moved. They attacked in unison, each casting their divine power arts and bombarding Lin Tian. With a rumbling sound, the dozen or so streams of divine power merged together and cooperated with each other, creating a murderous aura that was powerful and intimidating. Lin Tianling looked coldly at this group of people. He had nothing to say. He used the four-symbol seal to imprison the severely injured and dying Luo Wanqing in place. Then he took a step forward and directly waved the chaotic emperor's fist, bombarding with 100% of his physical strength. Dong! With a loud bang, as the fist pressed down, the divine power arts cast by the dozen or so people were all smashed to pieces. At the same time, the momentum of Lin Tian's fist did not diminish. It broke through the fragments of divine light and landed on the purple-robed young man. With a poof, the purple-robed young man's physical body was directly smashed to pieces. This person was shocked. He quickly reformed his physical body and retreated. He never thought that the power of Lin Tian's fist would be so terrifying. At this time, he felt a chill run down his spine. Lin Tianling snorted and directly raised his hand. Divine light surged and the four-symbol seal appeared again, sealing the sky and trapping the earth. He grabbed the purple-robed young man. He grabbed the man's neck. The sword light of heaven in his palm pulsed, mixed with a peerless, murderous aura. It was about to shatter the man's skull and obliterate his divine soul. However, in the next moment, his expression suddenly changed. He revealed a strange smile. The sword light of heaven in his palm disappeared and turned into a blood-red pill seal. It directly entered the man's body, and then with a bang he threw the man aside. Then he moved again. He displayed the duality steps and moved at full speed, leaving behind afterimages in the void. He moved quickly in this place and launched the most violent attacks at the other dozen or so people. Under the shocked expressions of the dozen or so people, it took him half an hour to beat all of them to the ground. Each of them was injected with a blood-red pill seal. How is this possible? The young man of the demon-mermaid clan changed his expression and couldn't help but tremble. More than a dozen divine god peak powerhouses were together, but now they were all swept away by Lin Tian. Qin Jin was also moved. Once again, she recognized the strength of Lin Tian. She realized that she had underestimated Lin Tian before. His battle prowess is comparable to that of the divine princes of the top 10 clans in the myriad of clans in the universe. She was shocked. The purple-robed young man and a total of 17 people were all swept away by Lin Tian. All of them were severely injured. Many of them couldn't help but groan. Most of them had blood in their mouths. Looking at Lin Tian's expression, they were terrified and couldn't help but tremble. The human in front of them was too strong. More than a dozen of them joined forces, but they couldn't withstand Lin Tian's attacks. Lin Tian glanced at the dozen or so people. At this time he opened his mouth and said, "This time I will be merciful and not kill you. After this, you all must obediently collect divine essence for me. Each of you must bring me at least 10 balls of divine essence every day." Hearing his words, the dozen or so people were stunned at first. Then they all revealed angry expressions. "You want us to be your coolie to collect divine essence for you, and you just sit back and enjoy the fruits of our labor? That's what I mean. This is the price for your lives." Lin Tian Ondao. The dozen or so people were even more shocked and angry. They all gritted their teeth, but they didn't argue. Okay, the group of people said so one after another. Now they could only agree to Lin Tian because if they didn't, only death would await them. However, while they agreed, they were sneering in their hearts. At this moment, they agreed. After that, they would leave to collect divine essence and leave this region, never to return. Could it be that Lin Tian would chase after them one by one? How could he know where they would be after this? Lin Tian looked at the dozen or so people's expressions. How could he not see what they were secretly planning at this moment? The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. I guess you must be thinking in your hearts now. At this time, if you agree to deal with me on the surface, then leave this place and never come back. What can I do to you at that time? Am I right? As he said so, he continued, I advise you to not be so naive. Otherwise, the consequences will be very serious. As he spoke, he formed a seal with one hand and slightly moved his mind. Chapter 1885. Mournful screams resounded in this place. The dozen or so young talents trembled and rolled on the ground. This scene shocked the whooshing crocodile, little Taichu and Qin Jin. What did you do to us? Someone amongst the 10+ young geniuses let out shrill cries and spoke with terror. Nothing much. I just left some poison seals in your bodies. Lin Tianten smiled. Now, the poisonous mother seal is in my hands. If you don't listen to me, I only need to use my mind to shatter the mother seal, and you will suffer unimaginable pain. If I shatter the mother seal directly, you will all be finished. Previously, he was prepared to kill the dozen or so people directly. However, after thinking about it, there were many ferocious beasts in Dafan Holy Land, and they all had divine vitality in their bodies. These divine vitality could be used to improve one's cultivation and refine one's divine laws. Moreover, because it was condensed from the pure divine laws and divine chi between heaven and earth, there were no side effects. Therefore, this divine vitality was very valuable to him, the whooshing crocodile and little Taichu. Therefore, why not suppress these people and let them collect divine vitality for them? There was strength in numbers. Moreover, it would take time for him to search for the myriad Mugen. Therefore, he changed his mind and did not kill these dozen people. Instead, he inserted a poison seal recorded in the medicinal codex into their bodies. The mother seal was in his hands. As long as he was willing, he only needed to shatter the mother seal in his hands, and the pill Tao poison seal in these people's bodies would directly collapse, easily taking their lives. It would be useless even if these people fled to the ends of the world. This was because the poison seal was refined from his essence blood and could ignore the issue of distance. You poisoned us. How can you do this? At this time, Lin Tiantan did not use his mind to shake the mother seal. The pain of the group gradually dissipated and they were all shocked and angry. I didn't kill you directly, which is good enough for you. Don't be ungrateful. You want to kill me directly. Lin Tiantan squinted at them. You didn't kill us because you wanted us to be your coolie. The dozen or so people glared at him. Then should I kill you directly? Lin Tiandao. As he spoke, he shook the mother seal of hypertoxic poison. The dozen or so people immediately trembled again, and all of them let out shrill screams. Stop! Stop! We will collect divine essence for you. Stop! More than a dozen people screamed in pain. Lin Tian glanced at them from the corner of his eyes and stopped vibrating the mother seal. Wouldn't it have been better if you had done this earlier? Why did you have to suffer a little before giving in? The pain of the dozen or so people gradually dissipated. Looking at Lin Tian, their faces were incomparably ugly. Many of them clenched their fists, feeling both anger and regret. They were angry that Lin Tian had actually treated them like this. They regretted that they shouldn't have gotten involved in this muddy water for the sake of obtaining some benefits from Luo Wancheng. Now they had fallen into such a situation, having to be a coolie for someone else. Wuxing Crocodile and little Tai Chu watched this scene with wide eyes. Brett, you're so bad. However, Lord Crocodile liked it. This idea is simply too ingenious. Wuxing Crocodile couldn't help but laugh. In the Daffin divine land, the divine essence in the bodies of many fierce beasts was a treasure. It was of great use to them. Now, Lin Tian had suppressed more than a dozen peak gods. Instead of killing these people, he planted poison in them and let these people collect the divine essence for them. This was definitely much faster than them collecting the divine essence themselves. After all, there was strength in numbers. Moreover, these people were not weak. All of them were peak gods. Qin Jin was a little dumbfounded. She was also shocked by this scene. Lin Tian actually treated more than a dozen people like this. Several of them were the divine sons of some big clans. After that, they were reduced to being coolies for others. The young man of the demon mermaid clan, who followed Luo Wancheng, was also stunned. The scene in front of him was beyond his imagination. Lin Tian stepped forward at this time and came in front of Luo Wancheng, who was suppressed by the four-symbol seal. Have you thought of your last words? He asked. Luo Wancheng had now revealed his true body. Although he was suppressed by the four-symbol seal and couldn't move, he didn't give in at all. On the contrary, his expression became more ferocious. He said fiercely, "My clan's old ancestor will soon step into the middle stage of the God-Emperor realm. You'd better let this divine son go. Otherwise, if this divine son is in trouble, you and those related to you will die." Io threatening? So what if you have a God-Emperor ancestor? You're talking as if there's no one behind you. Do you believe that I'll ask little Lin's perverted master to make a trip to your demon mermaid clan? I'll wipe out your entire clan in minutes. Wuxing Crocodile sneered. Don't talk nonsense with him. Tonight we'll grill fish. Lin Tian said, a golden sword aura condensed in his hand. Without hesitation, he slashed down. Luo Wancheng roared in anger. Stop! Pooh! Blood splashed out, interrupting his words. The golden sword aura condensed by Lin Tian was a great ability from the High Heavens sword scripture. It was also mixed with his Thunder God law. After it slashed into the other party's head, it directly shattered his sea of consciousness and soul. In an instant, Luo Wancheng stopped moving. Such a scene made the dozen or so young talents who were suppressed by the poison seal tremble uncontrollably. This was a divine son of the demon mermaid clan, and Lin Tian actually killed him directly. You dare to kill my clan's divine son. Another young man from the demon mermaid clan, who followed Luo Wanqing panicked. My clan's elders and old ancestor won't let you go. You'll definitely die without a burial place. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at this person. He had nothing to say. With the 5 thunder sky shaking art, a purple thunderbolt descended from the sky and smashed this person into pieces. Not even a drop of blood was left behind. His body and soul were destroyed. This person, who had previously incited the dozen or so young men to kill him, had a sinister look in his eyes. In addition, he was a member of the Demon Mermaid clan. At this moment, he spoke such words. How could he be merciful? Luo Wanqing's demon body was huge. When he fell to the ground, his blood dyed many places red. Lin Tian called the Wuxing crocodile and the little Taichu to directly attack. In this place, under the stunned gazes of the dozen or so young talents who were suppressed by the poison seal and Qin Jin, Luo Wanqing's demon body was skinned and then a raging fire was raised to roast it. Golden oil droplets began to float. After being burned by the fire, they sizzled. This, the dozen or so young talents trembled and their eyes widened. Before, they heard Lin Tian say that he wanted to kill Luo Wanqing to make grilled fish. Originally, they thought that Lin Tian was just casually saying it. They didn't expect that Lin Tian would actually do it. Chapter 1886. The golden oil droplets fell and sizzled when they came into contact with the fire. In the blink of an eye, the aroma of meat wafted out. Soon, the entire demon shark's body was roasted. Yeah. Little Taichu liked Lin Tian's so-called barbecue very much. His eyes sparkled as he started to eat. It's really good to have such a meal once in a while, Wuxing crocodile said as he ate. Lin Tian took some and handed it to Qin Jin. Qin Jin stared and immediately shook her head. She didn't have a good impression of Luo Wanqing, but she wouldn't eat his demon body. Lin Tian didn't force it. He then looked at the other young men and women who were staring at them and said, "Come over if you want to eat. Don't be shy. I have always treated captives well." Hearing his words, the dozen of them couldn't help but tremble. No. The dozen of them shook their heads in fear. This was the demon body of the Demon Shark clan's divine son, roasted by Lin Tian. If they ate it and the Demon Shark clan found out in the future, they would be in big trouble. Lin Tian glanced at them and said, "Then go to work and collect divine origin." He continued, "A friendly reminder, don't think about detoxifying yourself or asking others to detoxify. It's useless. Even the Divine King can't do it. The Divine Emperor in your clan can. But as far as I know, it seems that the old guys of your clans threw you here to train for 3 years. During this process, they won't pay attention to you. You can't go out, so they can't help you." He learned this from Qin Jin. At the latest, send a batch of divine origin back every 2 days. If there is a delay, I will think that you won't be able to come back. At that time, you know what the outcome will be. He said. The dozen of them had ugly expressions. They were angry in their hearts, but they didn't dare to refute. They immediately turned around and left. Qin Jin looked at this scene and couldn't help but stare. More than a dozen peak divine gods. A few of them were the divine sons of the various clans. Now, they were forced by Lin Tian to work hard to collect divine origin for Lin Tian. This was really, Lin Tian didn't care about this at all. He continued to exterminate the roasted mermen in this place with Wuxing crocodile and little Taichu. As expected of a heavenly god tier beast, it's really good. Zither girl, are you sure you don't want some? Wuxing crocodile asked Qin Jin. There's really no need. Qin Jin refused immediately. How could she eat it? Soon, the entire roasted demon shark was completely wiped out, leaving behind a pile of bones on the ground. It was also at this time that Qin Jin bade farewell to Lin Tian. She was preparing to go on an adventure and collect the god laws to temper her body. Lin Tian opened his mouth, inviting Qin Jin to join them. There were more than 10 heavenly deities working hard to collect divine origin energy for them. After that, they would share a portion of the divine origin energy with Qin Jin. However, Qin Jin politely declined. Thank you for your good intentions. However, coming to the Dafan Divine Earth to gain experience isn't just to collect divine yuan. Fighting the vicious beasts here is also a part of the experience. I want to experience them all and truly temper myself. Qin Jin said so. Lin Tian no longer forced her. He smiled and said goodbye to her, watching her leave. After that, he, Wuxing Crocodile, and little Taichu stayed in this place. In the blink of an eye, more than a day had passed. The dozen or so young talents returned one after another, bringing back a total of more than 300 balls of divine origin energy, all of which exuded pure divine might. And not bad, keep up the good work. Lin Tian was very satisfied and encouraged them. More than a dozen people had a lot of injuries on their bodies. They were left behind in the process of fighting with the vicious beasts to collect divine origin energy. They were extremely dissatisfied with Lin Tian's encouragement and were furious. However, they didn't dare to say anything and directly turned around to leave. They didn't want to see Lin Tian too much. Lin Tian laughed and didn't mind. Then he gave half of the 300 balls of divine origin energy and the one he had obtained earlier to the Wuxing Crocodile. He and little Taichu shared the remaining half equally, because his cultivation had reached the heavenly god realm. His need for divine origin energy wasn't as high as the Wuxing Crocodile's. Although little Taichu hadn't reached the heavenly god realm yet, it had the primordial immortal empire. Refining the primordial immortal empire was enough to raise its cultivation. The divine origin energy given to the little guy was mainly used to refine the god law, not to raise its cultivation. Refine, refine, refine. Wuxing Crocodile howled. Then 1 man and 2 beasts refined the divine origin energy in this place at the same time. 3 different kinds of light danced in this place. Soon, the group finished refining the divine origin energy one after another. Their cultivation had become stronger, and their god law had become more condensed. Among them, Wuxing Crocodile benefited the most. After all, it got the most divine origin energy. This thing is really a treasure. After a few more times, Lord Crocodile will be able to break through to the middle stage true god realm. Wuxing Crocodile said excitedly. Time continued to pass. 1 man and 2 beasts stayed in this place, quietly waiting for more than a dozen people to collect divine origin energy. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. In 3 months, 1 man and 2 beasts had refined a lot of divine origin energy. Wuxing Crocodile used divine origin energy to raise its cultivation and directly reached the peak true god realm from the early stage true god realm. Little Taichu used divine origin energy to refine the god law and at the same time absorb the power of the primordial immortal empire to cultivate, reaching the peak of the half-step heavenly god realm. Lin Tian used divine origin energy to raise his cultivation and refine his god law at the same time. The divine Tao law in his body became more condensed, and his cultivation reached the peak of the early stage heavenly god realm. There wasn't much distance between him and the middle stage, heavenly god realm. At the same time, in these 3 months, Lin Tian looked for traces of Wan Mugen, but there were no clues. We've already collected divine origin energy for you for 3 months. During this time, we didn't train at all. How much longer do you want us to collect divine origin energy for you? 3 months had passed, and the dozen youths who had poison seals in their bodies couldn't stand it anymore. They gritted their teeth and asked Lin Tian. In these 3 months, Lin Tian had given them a mission. Each of them had to collect a certain amount of divine origin energy every day. Otherwise, the poison seals would flare up again. After that, they had exhausted all their energy just to complete this mission. They didn't have the time to work hard for themselves at all. They were completely reduced to tools for Lin Tian to collect divine origin energy. When would these days come to an end? Lin Tian glanced at them. Of course it's to collect until your training ends, or until the three of us reach the God King realm. Didn't I tell you? What? Until our training ends? Until the three of you reach the God King realm. You, don't go overboard. The dozen youths were furious. Lin Tian's expression was calm. This is the price for your lives. If you don't want to continue being coolies, then I'll shatter the mother. Boom! Suddenly, the entire Dafan Holy Land shook violently. It was as if an apocalyptic earthquake had occurred, interrupting his words. Rays of dazzling demonic light suddenly surged out of the Dafan Holy Land from the north, south, east, west, and other major regions. They were glowing figures. Every figure exuded a fierce and tyrannical aura. The weakest of them was at the heavenly god tier. Boys, go and train as well. Don't leave a single invader alive. Kill them all. Eat their flesh and drink their blood. A cold voice rang out. It was mixed with a terrifying pressure that caused the entire sky to tremble. Chapter 1887. The cold voice resounded throughout the Dafan Divine Land, carrying a terrifying aura that caused the entire sky to tremble. This aura was definitely not weaker than a God Emperor's. There's a God Emperor level great ominous beast here. Lin Tian was shocked. At the same time, he was able to discern some information from the voices. It seemed that there was a powerful ruler in the Dafan Divine Land who was dissatisfied with the experts of the myriad races who had entered. The experts of the myriad races had entered the Dafan Divine Land to temper themselves, killing numerous birds and beasts for divine origin energy. Now, the ruler had sent out juniors to target the participants of the myriad races who had entered the Dafan Divine Land. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. More dazzling demonic lights rushed up from the north, south, east, and west regions, all mixed with extremely fierce auras. At the same time, the roars of the birds and beasts in the Dafan Divine Land became unprecedentedly fierce, shaking all directions as if they were going to collapse the earth. In the blink of an eye, there were waves of astonishing divine and demonic power fluctuations in the area around them. Among the demonic shadows that had rushed out from different areas of the Dafan Divine Land, many of them had found the trial takers of the myriad races who had entered to train. At this time, a bloody massacre had begun. This is chaos. Whooshing Crocodile couldn't help but stare. At the same time, the dozen young talents who had been suppressed and poisoned by Lin Tian also turned pale. This Dafan Divine Land, there's a force like the myriad races? How is this possible? Some people were shocked. Like Lin Tianyi, they saw the situation and found it hard to believe. This was because the Dafan Divine Land had always been a training ground for the outstanding disciples of the myriad races. Every once in a while, experts of the myriad races would enter this place, but they had never discovered the existence of a powerful force. But now, according to the scene in front of them and the cold voice from before, there was clearly an extremely powerful force in this place. In any case, this ancient domain is not much smaller than the immortal domain. Why is it impossible for there to be some powerful forces here? Lin Tian glanced at the person who spoke. Almost as soon as he said this, a demonic figure suddenly appeared in this place. Its body was tall and sturdy, and it carried a very violent aura. Little grasshopper from a foreign land? Die! This demonic shadow had the appearance of a young man. He stood alone in the void and looked down at Lin Tianyi and the others. He raised his hand and a large amount of demonic light blasted down. Lin Tianwei was slightly moved. This man had come to suddenly, and he hadn't sensed him approaching. Moreover, the man's aura was very shocking. With his current cultivation, he actually felt a considerable amount of pressure. Golden divine radiance interweaved around his body. His reaction speed was extremely fast as he enveloped the whooshing crocodile and the little Taichu and moved 300 meters horizontally. At the same time, miserable cries rang out. The other dozen or so youths did not react as quickly as him. They were immediately struck by the demonic light that was swept down by the young man. No one was able to withstand it, and all of them were turned into ashes. Such a scene made Lin Tian's expression change again. These dozen or so youths were all at the peak of the divine realm, but now they were all wiped out just like that. He raised his head and looked at the young man who suddenly appeared in the void. He couldn't help but slightly squint his eyes. Wisps of divine radiance emerged from his eyes. This guy is a bit terrifying. He killed more than a dozen peak divine realm experts with a wave of his hand. Among them, there were quite a few divine sons of several large clans. Whooshing Crocodile was a bit shocked. Even the little Taichu couldn't help but stare at the young man in the void. This person was really extraordinarily strong. The ants from a foreign land aren't weak. But how can they be compared to us? We have truly grown up by fighting all the way until now. We were born for battle. The young man in the sky had a violent aura around him, and the cold arrogance in his eyes was not concealed at all. He looked down at Lin Tian and said, "You're not bad. You actually avoided the attack just now. You're a bit stronger than ordinary ants." As he spoke, he raised his hand, and demonic light gathered in his hand. He still had a cold and arrogant expression. "However, although you're a bit stronger than ordinary ants, you're still ants. Since you trespassed into my land to train, you'll forever sleep on this land. Your corpses and blood will be turned into fertilizer for this land." Boom! In his hand, the demonic light that contained a violent aura turned into a beam of demonic light and pierced straight toward Lin Tian. The void was pierced through. Lin Tian didn't move. He directly slapped out, and with a swoosh, he smashed the demonic light that was falling toward him. The young man was moved. "Not bad. You can even block this. It seems that you're not an ordinary ant. Compared to—" Swoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air interrupted him. Lin Tian took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of the young man. The young man's eyes narrowed, and he was shocked by Lin Tian's terrifying speed. "You slap!" Lin Tian raised his hand and slapped him. With a golden divine light, he was sent flying and landed on the ground with a bang. Then he took a step forward and stomped on the young man's chest, breaking half of the young man's sternum. "Little demon, you're much stronger than those people. However, don't be arrogant in front of me. You're nothing in front of me." He looked down at the young man and said. He could see that the young man's original form was a ferocious bird demon. In other words, none of the creatures in the great Brahma Holy Land were humans. They were all demons. "Little demon." The young man was furious. He was about to enter the half-step divine king realm. Now he was being stepped on by a human and called a little demon. The aura around his body became even more violent. "I'll kill you," he roared coldly. Demonic light rolled and shook the ground. An extremely powerful aura rolled out from his body. Lin Tian's expression did not change. He raised his right foot and stomped on the young man's chest again. With a bang, the young man coughed out blood and could not help but groan. "Little demon, behave yourself. You're nothing in front of little Lin. You have no room to resist." Whooshing Crocodile looked at the young man and said, "This young man was not weak. In fact, he was very powerful. However, compared to Lin Tian, who was about to enter the mid-stage divine realm, he was not much of a threat. You're courting death." The young man's mouth was filled with blood when he heard Whooshing Crocodile, a true god cultivator, call him a little demon. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. "Damn! How dare you stare at your Lord Crocodile? You're asking for a beating." Whooshing Crocodile was unhappy. He took advantage of the fact that Lin Tian was stepping on the young man's face. In the blink of an eye, the young man's face was bruised and swollen. "All right, don't beat him up. I'll search for something," Lin Tian said to Whooshing Crocodile. He suppressed the young man and sent his divine sense into the young man's sea of consciousness to search for any powerful forces in Dafan Divine Earth. Previously, Qin Jin had mentioned some things about the Dafan Divine Earth to him. However, Qin didn't know as much as this young man who was born in the Dafan Divine Earth. He wanted to search for Wan Mugen in the Dafan Divine Earth. The more detailed his understanding of the Dafan Divine Earth, the better. If he could directly find clues about Wan Mugen, that would naturally be better. In this way, half an hour passed quickly. There are indeed many powerful inheritances and divine emperors. A light flashed across his eyes. Chapter 1888. Searching the young man's sea of consciousness, he found that there were many ancient clan inheritances in Dafan, Holy Land. They were not weak, especially the Blood Silkworm Ridge, the Eternal Mountain, the Nine-Li Cave, the Primordial Rock Island, and the Nine Illusion Snake. They all have mid-stage emperor gods, and more than one. They are not inferior to the top 10 clans of the 10,000 clans. He muttered to himself. A strand of his divine consciousness entered the young man's sea of consciousness. In the next moment, he was moved again as he saw a special place. Sky Pass Valley. His eyes shone with a brilliant light. From the young man's sea of consciousness, he learned that Sky Pass Valley was located in the southeast region of Dafan, Holy Land. It was the oldest forbidden area in Dafan, Holy Land. Just at the edge, there was an extremely strong aura of life. If a withered branch was thrown in, it would instantly grow green leaves. The aura of life was so strong that it could not be dispersed. It was amazing. At the same time, according to the information in the young man's sea of consciousness, many emperor gods in Dafan, Holy Land, had vaguely seen the shadow of a world in the depths of Sky Pass Valley. The mountain range was so tall that it was frightening. It was unknown how many times more amazing it was than the celestial mountains in Dafan, Holy Land. They all thought that it was a space-time miniature of the heavenly void realm. They believed that there was a space-time portal to the heavenly void realm in the depths of Sky Pass Valley. However, even though Sky Pass Valley contained many great mysteries that people yearned for, it was also extremely terrifying. It was shrouded in fog and filled with extremely strange and bizarre energy. Once, several god emperors from Dafan, Holy Land, had entered the depths of Sky Pass Valley to explore. However, not long after they entered, they heard screams of agony. After that, there was no more movement. The soul lamps of life in their respective clans had shattered, indicating that those people had died inside. After that, no one in Dafan, Holy Land, dared to enter Sky Pass Valley. It had become a synonym for death. This, his pupils constricted as he was moved by this matter. He then withdrew his divine consciousness from the young man's sea of consciousness and told Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu about it. Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu could not help but be shocked. There's actually a space-time portal to the celestial void world in the depths of the valley. Is this for real? Wuxing Crocodile glared at him. They already knew that the heaven void world was a big world that was much more ancient, vast, and superior than the one they were in now. Even the peak divine emperors didn't know how to enter it, but in this Dafan Divine Land there was actually a space-time portal that could lead to the heaven void world. The possibility is not small. Didn't Qin say before that this Dafan Divine Land is rumored to be formed from a piece of broken earth that fell from the heaven void realm? It itself is related to the heaven void realm. In this case, it is very reasonable that there is a path to the heaven void realm. Lin Tiandao continued, in addition, there is one more thing that I am very concerned about. The aura of life there is so dense. Dead trees can be reborn once they enter. Is the 10,000 wood root there? He said. Hearing his words, Wuxing Crocodile's expression changed. The possibility is very high. The 10,000 wood root was a divine object of heaven and earth. It was rare in the world, and the place where it existed must have an extremely dense aura of life. After listening to Lin Tiandao's words, the possibility of the 10,000 wood root being in that place was very high. Yeah, even the little Taichu stared and said in a childish voice, "You want to go there?" Lin Tiandao nodded. Let's go and take a look. The 10,000 wood root in the Dafan Divine Land was his biggest goal. Now that he knew a place that was very likely to contain the 10,000 wood root, Even though that place had even swallowed divine emperors and was extremely dangerous, he still had to go and take a look. Maybe we can enter the heaven void realm from there and go to a higher world. It will be endlessly beneficial to our cultivation. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes lit up as if he had already seen the door to the heaven void realm. It's best not to have this idea. Rumor has it that the door to the heaven void realm is located in the deepest part of the heaven void valley. Several divine emperors were buried there. At most, we can walk around the periphery and see if there are any 10,000 wood roots. Lin Tiandao said. He was also looking forward to going to the heaven void realm. However, he also knew that many divine emperors had died trying to enter the heaven void realm from the depths of the heaven void valley. If they went there now, it would be tantamount to suicide. At this time, the young man who was suppressed by him had already fainted under his violent soul search. He raised his hand and pointed a finger, directly crippling his cultivation. Then he called Whooshing Crocodile and Little Tai Chu and headed in the direction of the heaven void valley. From the young man's sea of consciousness, he learned a lot about the heaven void valley. Naturally, he also knew the location of the heaven void valley. They were very fast. In the blink of an eye, they had traveled far away. Boom, boom, boom. Along the way, divine light surged and boiled in this space. Many places were shaking. The trial takers of the 10,000 clans who entered here were fighting with the ancient clan experts in the Dafan divine land. Many places were splashed with blood and screams were heard. Trial takers of the 10,000 clans are at the bottom. Lin Tiandao's eyes narrowed slightly. The experts who belonged to the Dafan divine land had a special aura on them that was easy to identify. Those who did not have such a special aura were naturally the trial takers of the 10,000 clans. These people were mostly in a miserable state now. Puff! In the distance, a trial taker of the 10,000 clans at the middle stage of the divine realm was cut into pieces. His divine soul was caught in the hands of an expert from the Dafan divine land and crushed directly. Ah! A shocking scream came from the east. A Dafan divine land expert who was more than 10 feet tall opened his mouth and swallowed a trial taker of the 10,000 clans. Demonic light surged and directly refined the trial taker of the 10,000 clans in his mouth. So fierce! Whooshing Crocodile trembled. It was really in line with the ancient voice that came from the Dafan divine land, eating flesh and drinking blood. Even little Tai Chu widened his eyes and shrunk his neck. Lin Tiandao did not care. The person who was swallowed had nothing to do with him. He called out to Whooshing Crocodile and Little Tai Chu and hurried on. Foreign food. A cold voice sounded. Not far away, the Dafan divine land expert saw Lin Tiandao, Whooshing Crocodile and Little Tai Chu. With a sinister smile, he opened his mouth and sucked in the air. Demonic aura surged violently. Lin Tiandao, Whooshing Crocodile, and Little Tai Chu were immediately enveloped by this demonic aura and were pulled into the opponent's mouth. Obviously, the opponent wanted to swallow them like he had swallowed the trial taker of the 10,000 clans. Lin Tiandao was swept up in this demonic aura. He directly attacked, punching the Dafan divine land expert across the air. With a boom, a dazzling light beam jumped out from the tip of his fist, followed the billowing demonic aura, and entered the mouth of the Dafan divine land expert. With a poof, it pierced through the opponent's bloody mouth and head. Blood splattered all over the sky. Chapter 1889. The millstone-sized palm slapped down. The Dafan divine earth powerhouse was clearly enraged by Lin Tian. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the space collapsed wherever the giant hand passed. It was clear just how terrifying its strength was. Lin Tian's expression did not change at all. He raised his hand and slapped. Poof! Blood splattered. The Dafan divine earth powerhouse's arm was directly smashed into pieces. Moreover, a strong force spread out and landed on his body, causing his entire body to explode. Whoosh! A ray of light rushed out. It was the divine soul of the Daffin divine Earth powerhouse. When he looked at Lin Tian again, his previous ferocious expression disappeared. At this time, there was a trace of fear. It was also at this time that Lin Tian attacked again. His action did not change. He still slapped. You. Stop. Poof. Soul light burst out. This person's divine soul was directly smashed. Such a scene was naturally seen by many nearby cultivators. They were trial takers of the 10,000 clans and powerhouses who belonged to the Daffin divine earth. At this time, all of them were moved. That is sure Qiantuan of the Stonefire ancient land. He is known for his physical strength. He is at the peak of the heavenly god realm. However, he was defeated and killed by a foreign human with his physical body. Nearby, the powerhouses of the Daffin divine earth revealed shocked expressions. Lin Tian did not care about this. He directly called Whooshing Crocodile and Little Taichu to leave. They continued to go to the heavenly passage valley. You dare to be presumptuous in my Daffin divine earth. You want to leave? Kill him. A cold voice sounded. Nearby, many powerhouses of the Daffin divine earth directly surrounded. There were more than 10 of them. Each of them had a majestic, demonic aura. They did not speak much and attacked as soon as they came. All of them were at the peak of the heavenly god realm. In an instant, more than 10 waves of tyrannical divine power surged, mixed with thick and intimidating demonic aura that seemed to be able to annihilate everything. Don't look for trouble, Lin Tianling said calmly. With a wave of his hand, a large expanse of golden energy, swords appeared. A sonorous, ear-piercing sword chime reverberated in the air. The majestic, demonic power unleashed by the dozen experts was instantly shattered. At the same time, the golden sword aura did not diminish in the slightest. Instead, it swept out and sent the dozen experts flying. Blood splattered across the void. This, for a time, even more cultivators from the Brahma divine earth were shocked. The trial takers of the myriad clans nearby were also shocked. A single sword strike sent more than 10 peak deities flying. What kind of battle prowess was this? Which clan's divine child is he from? This. I don't know him. Among the myriad races, I don't think I've heard of such a person. All the trial takers stared at Lin Tian. Lin Tianyi swept away a dozen experts from the great Brahma divine land with a sword, but he didn't kill them. He didn't want to waste time, so he called out to the Whooshing Crocodile and the Little Taichu and left for the sky-reaching valley. Stop! An indifferent voice rang out. High up in the sky, 2 figures stood together. They were experts from the Daffin divine land, and they had been observing everything. They noticed Lin Tian and saw him kill Qiantuan and send more than 10 experts from the Daffin divine land flying with a single sword strike. At this moment, one of them spoke and walked over. This was a tall and slender man. Purple light flashed in his eyes, and his blue hair was extremely dazzling. This is the Holy Son of Julie Cave. It's said that he's about to enter the Divine King realm. The Holy Son of Julie is here. All around, the experts from the great Brahma divine land were shocked. Their eyes fell on the Holy Son of Julie with reverence. You want to do it yourself? Another figure walked down from the heavens. His eyes were dark green, and there was a vertical line of blood in them. He gave off an evil feeling. This caused the experts from the great Brahma divine land to be shocked again. The Holy Son of Blood Silkworm Ridge is here too. Like the Holy Son of Julie, it's said that the Holy Son of Blood Silkworm is also about to enter the Divine King realm. The experts from the great Brahma divine land were shocked. They did not expect the Holy Sons of Julie Cave and Blood Silkworm Ridge to be here. Julie Cave and Blood Silkworm Ridge were among the 5 most powerful ancient lineages in the great Brahma divine land. Naturally, they were shocked to see the Holy Sons of Julie Cave and Blood Silkworm Ridge together. The Holy Son of Julie had purple light circling his eyes and body, giving him a sacred feeling. He did not seem like a demon at all. He said to the Holy Son of Blood Silkworm Ridge, "I won't necessarily do it." After saying that, his eyes fell on Lin Tian. He said calmly, "You're very good. I admire you. Are you willing to work for me? I won't kill you." As soon as he said that, the experts from the great Brahma divine land were shocked again. The Holy Son of Julie wants to recruit this person from the foreign territory. Many experts from the great Brahma divine land were shocked. Some of the trial testers from the myriad tribes were also shocked. Even the Holy Son of Blood Silkworm Ridge was slightly surprised. He did not expect the Holy Son of Julie Cave to recruit Lin Tian. Lin Tian glanced at the Holy Son of Julie and did not say anything. He called out to the whooshing crocodile and little Taichu and turned to leave. The Holy Son of Julie was indeed terrifying. He made him feel a slight threat of death. However, it was only a slight threat. He did not care at all. What kind of attitude is this? How dare he act like this in front of the Holy Son of Julie Cave? Insolent person from the foreign territory. You're courting death. Seeing that Lin Tian did not respond to the Holy Son of Julie's words and turned to leave, some experts from the great Brahma divine land revealed a cold expression. They thought that Lin Tian was too arrogant. Your recruitment has failed. He completely ignored you. The Holy Son of Blood Silkworm smiled evilly at the Holy Son of Julie. In the face of the Holy Son of Blood Silkworm's ridicule, the Holy Son of Julie's expression did not change. He was still indifferent. "Then I can only kill him," the Holy Son of Julie said. As soon as he finished speaking, the wind and clouds suddenly surged in all directions. Purple light and mist surged out from all over the place. As the purple mist surged out, a terrifying aura spread out. The experts from the great Brahma divine land and the trial testers from the myriad tribes could not help but tremble. This aura was too heavy. It was as if it could suppress everything. It was as if it could easily erase their lives. Their spiritual souls could not help but tremble. Wisps of purple mist surged toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian stopped and tilted his head slightly to look at the Holy Son of Julie. At this moment he felt a terrifying aura pressing down on him from all directions. It was as if it was going to crush him. "I will only give you one chance. If you miss it, you will die," the Holy Son of Julie said indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, the purple mist that emerged from all directions pressed down on Lin Tian. "He's dead meat. It's a great honor to be invited by the Holy Son of Julie, but he refused. It's a great sin. Killing him is letting him off easy." Many experts from the great Brahma divine land said coldly. The purple mist surged in patches and pressed down on Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. Get lost. Chapter 1890. The purple thunder dragon carried a thunderous aura with it. Its power was terrifying. He broke the 9 Li Holy Sun's divine power and counterattacked. The experts of the Daffin divine land were shocked. The 9 Li Holy Sun was the strongest young expert of the 9 Li Cave, and the 9 Li Cave was one of the 5 most powerful ancient lands of inheritance in the Daffin divine land. The strongest expert of the same generation in such an ancient land, even if he only released a small strand of his aura, was very terrifying. But now he was blocked and even counterattacked. Boom! Thunder roared. The thunder dragon appeared in front of the 9 Li Holy Sun with thunderous aura. The 9 Li Holy Sun's expression changed slightly. He smashed the thunder dragon with his palm. "Not bad. You've exceeded my expectations. I'll give you one more chance. Submit to me and work for me. Otherwise die." Looking at Lin Tian, the 9 Li Holy Sun spoke again. His tone was calm, but it gave people a sense of superiority as if he was the ruler of this world. "I'm warning you. If you dare to attack again, you'll have to bear the consequences." Lin Tiandao. As soon as he finished speaking, He called out to the whooshing crocodile and little Tai Chu and left again. The 9 Li Holy Sun's eyes flashed. He took a step forward and an endless purple glow surged around him. This time, the purple demonic glow appeared. An even more terrifying aura intertwined and manifested. It seemed to be able to seal the world. I cherish talents. Unfortunately, you don't know what's good for you, the 9 Li Holy Sun said. In the next moment, the purple demonic light transformed into countless demonic shadows. The shadows were indistinct and boundless as they pressed down on Lin Tian in a mighty manner. It was as if they were real. They brought about waves of galloping sounds, as if they wanted to destroy everything. The aura was stronger than before. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. You guys retreat for now. He told the whooshing crocodile and little Tai Chu to stay away from him. Then he threw a punch at the other party. With a thud, he waved the Chaos Emperor fist. The overbearing fist power was rampant and turned into a golden fist. Swish, swish, chi. The sky full of demonic shadows that the 9 Li Saint Sun summoned were shattered one by the fist radiance. He blocked the 9 Li Holy Sun again. The 9 Li Holy Sun has already used his divine skill, but he is still that human. What kind of fist art is that? It's as if it can destroy everything. The great Brahma divine lands experts were shocked. Even the divine son of the blood silkworm ridge was moved again. He narrowed his eyes and said, "This human is not weak." He knew how powerful the holy son of the 9 Li Holy Sun was. The divine skill that he had just used was also extraordinary. However, it was shattered by Lin Tian's fist. The power of the fist made him feel a little scared. The 9 Li Holy Sun's expression did not change, but his eyes darkened. He was the holy son of the 9 Li Cave, one of the 5 great ancient lands of the Dafan Divine Land. But now he had been rejected when he invited others to work for him. In front of the other Dafan Divine Land cultivators, he had failed to suppress Lin Tian several times in a row. For him, this was considered a loss of face. Boom! In an instant, the purple demonic light outside his body became denser. He had really started to attack. A purple demonic will surged out and pressed down on Lin Tian. Moreover, with a clang, a purple flag appeared from his body. It was intertwined with dense and mysterious divine runes. Brilliant unification flag. The origin divine weapon of the 9 Li Holy Sun. A peak divine weapon. Many great Brahma divine land experts were shocked. As the purple demonic wheel and the purple flag appeared, they could not help but tremble. Even a few half-step divine kings were no exception. Under such an aura, their divine souls could not help but tremble. Apart from the divine Tao law, the 9 Li Holy Sun has used all his strength. He is actually so direct. Some people were shocked. In the distance, whooshing crocodile and little Tai Chu had already retreated far away from Lin Tian. At this moment, facing such an aura, they could not help but shrink their necks. This bastard of Jili is really scary. This aura is simply... Whooshing crocodile shuddered. It was also at this moment that the 9 Li Saint Child's demonic wheel arrived in front of Lin Tian with a rumbling sound. The unifying brilliance flag, which was a heavenly divine weapon, also came crashing down. Lin Tian felt the power of this attack and was secretly shocked. This saint of the 9 Li Holy Sun was really strong. However, even though the other party was powerful, it was not enough to make him feel fear. If you like to fight head-on, then let's see who's tougher, he said indifferently. With a boom, the Sun Heart Sutra was activated and golden divine light pierced through the clouds. The High Heavens Sword Sutra was activated by him at the first moment, and it evolved into dense golden sword chi. The clanging sounds were endless, and they slashed towards the other party. Then he swung his primal Chaos Emperor fist again. His fist radiance soared into the sky, and the sound of it shook the heavens. Boom! 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 In the blink of an eye, the two of them clashed. Divine powers and demonic powers clashed. causing the surface of this place to collapse inch by inch. After that, dozens of breaths passed in the blink of an eye. The two of them were equally matched. It's completely blocking the nine holy sun. How is this possible? The surrounding experts of the Dauphin Holy Land gradually changed their expressions. The nearby trial takers of the myriad tribes were also shocked. They were all stunned by Lin Tian's combat strength at this moment. This which divine son of the myriad tribes is he from? He's definitely a divine son and saintess of the top 10 tribes. Why haven't I heard of such a person in the myriad tribes before? Some trial takers of the myriad tribes were shocked. The holy son of the nine holy sons' eyes darkened and his face turned cold. He didn't look good because he had already used his full strength except for his divine Tao. Not many people under the divine king realm could withstand his attack. However, Lin Tian had blocked his attack completely. He wasn't any weaker than the holy son of the nine holy sun. On the other side, Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. He had used almost 90% of his combat strength. An ordinary half-step divine king would definitely not be able to withstand it, but the nine holy sun had blocked it without showing any signs of weakness. Not bad, you're not much weaker than me. It's really a pity to kill someone like you. The nine holy sun spoke again. His tone was colder than before. However, you're not willing to be used by me, so you're destined to be killed by me. As soon as he finished speaking, with a boom, the divine Tao appeared outside his body. At this moment, he really began to use all his strength. Die, he said coldly. The divine Tao, nine divine skill and brilliance unification flag shook and pressed on Lin Tian from all directions at the same time. For a moment, demonic power surged violently. It was appalling. This, the nine holy sun's real, full strength. That human can't block it this time. He's definitely finished. All around, the experts of the Dauphin Holy Land said so. Many people looked at Lin Tian and couldn't help but sneer. In their eyes, Lin Tian was already a corpse. This is your full strength? If so, then lie down obediently. It was also at this moment that Lin Tian's voice sounded. It was still indifferent. With a boom, the reincarnation diagram directly rushed out from behind him, and the divine Tao of thunder and divine Tao of nature manifested together. With a rumbling sound, it instantly shattered the divine Tao and divine skill that the nine holy sun wielded. The brilliance unification flag, a peak divine weapon, was sent flying thousands of feet away. At the same time, Lin Tian stepped forward and appeared in front of the holy sun in a flash. He directly slapped the holy sun's cheek. With a crisp slap, the holy sun was directly slapped to the ground. When the holy sun came into contact with the ground, there was a loud bang. Chapter 1891. With a loud bang, the saint of Julie Cave landed on the ground, creating a human-shaped crater. Everyone was shocked, especially the experts from Dauphin Divine Earth. Many of them couldn't help but tremble. He injured the saint of Julie. How could this be? The experts from the Dauphin Divine Land found it hard to believe. The 9 Dawn Cave had been passed down in the Dauphin Divine Land for an unknown amount of time. The current number 1 expert of the younger generation had actually been smashed into the ground by the foreign invaders. Even the saint of Blood Silkworm Ridge was shocked. His eyes narrowed as he stared at Lin Tian. Then he shifted his gaze to the human-shaped crater created by the saint of Julie Cave. He knew that the saint of Julie Cave couldn't be defeated so easily. Boom! Purple demonic light filled the sky, turning into a purple light pillar that shot up from the ground. It was as if it was going to pierce through the sky. The holy son of Julie Cave rushed out from the ground, his expression even uglier. He was the holy son of Julie Cave, invincible among his peers. But now he had invited an outsider to work for him and was rejected. Then he took the initiative to kill this outsider but failed. Now he was slapped in the face and sent flying underground in front of all the cultivators of Daffin Divine Land. His face was still a little red, and anger surged in his heart. "I'll kill you!" He roared and revealed his true form. He turned into a Julie divine bird, burning with purple divine fire. The Saint of Julie revealed his true form. Many experts from Daffin Divine Earth trembled. Some powerful demons would usually roam the world in their human form. In that state, they would not be able to display their strongest combat strength. The true strongest combat strength of these demons was usually when they revealed their true form. With a rumble, the void shook. The Saint of Julie Cave revealed his true form. He was a primordial immortal bird, burning with purple flames that seemed to be able to burn everything. This damn bird's aura is almost twice as strong as before. The whooshing crocodile was moved. It looked at Lin Tian and muttered, "I wonder if this kid can deal with him." It knew that Lin Tian was very powerful, but the aura that the Saint of Julie was displaying was really terrifying. It wasn't too sure that Lin Tian could defeat him. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. He naturally felt that the Nine-Li Saint Sun had become stronger than before. However, his expression did not change at all. "Kill!" The Saint Child of the Nine-Li tribe let out a low roar. He shook his body and charged forward. Once again, he summoned the brilliant unification flag and attacked Lin Tian together. With a crack, Lin Tian felt an extremely strong pressure. The black hair in front of his forehead was blown into a frenzy by the aura of the Nine-Li Holy Sun, but his expression remained the same. The golden divine light was boiling, calm. The reincarnation diagram of the king's territory was activated again. The thunder divine Tao and nature divine Tao emerged together and formed the divine Tao reincarnation diagram in the blink of an eye. The divine Tao reincarnation diagram emitted a strange light and extinguished the purple demonic fire outside the Saint of Julie. The Saint of Julie was shocked. "You!" Bang! Lin Tian activated the divine Tao reincarnation diagram and sent the Saint of Julie flying thousands of feet away with a bang. Blood splattered in the void. Then he didn't stop at all. He took a step forward and the divine Tao reincarnation diagram pressed down again. At the same time, he unleashed his primal Chaos Emperor fists, one punch after another. Bang, bang, bang. Along with the Divine Path reincarnation diagram suppressing the Saint of Julie, Yi Futian's fists landed on the Saint of Julie's body again and again. Blood splattered everywhere, and large cracks appeared in the sky. "Damn it!" The Saint of Julie roared. He couldn't hide his anger, and purple demonic fire rose outside his body again. He was the Saint of Julie Cave and the most powerful cultivator of the younger generation. However, he was being suppressed by a foreign human in front of the other cultivators of the great Brahma Holy Land and was about to be defeated. How could he stand it? With such an attitude, not only would he humiliate himself, even the Nine-Li cave he was in would be humiliated. Roar! He let out a beast-like roar, and his demonic chi became even thicker and more intimidating. The purple demonic fire outside his body burned fiercely, almost igniting the void here. The scorching heat made all the cultivators tremble. Lin Tian felt an even stronger pressure. He mobilized the divine power in his body and activated the divine Tao reincarnation diagram again. Moreover, he also activated a few other divine techniques and attacked the Saint of Julie together with the divine Tao reincarnation diagram. Bang! There was a loud sound and the Saint of Julie was sent flying again. Blood splattered all over the sky. Lin Tian stepped forward and threw out the Chaos Emperor punch without holding back. Puff! 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 His fist was like a sharp blade. Every time it landed on the Saint of Julie, it would bring out a large amount of blood. The Saint of Julie roared and used all kinds of techniques. Unfortunately, he couldn't change the situation. He was completely suppressed. The Saint of Julie Cave is defeated. How can it be? The cultivators of the great Brahma holy land couldn't help but tremble. In the distance, the whooshing crocodile couldn't help but laugh. He's really strong. It realized that it was completely unnecessary to worry about whether Lin Tian could defeat the saint of Julie who had revealed his true form. Yeah, little Tai Chu called out to Lin Tian in a childish voice, as if he was encouraging Lin Tian. Moreover, he was very happy. In front of him, Lin Tian's Chaos Emperor punch kept landing on the saint of Julie. Blood splattered everywhere and dyed the void red. The saint of Julie roared and changed back to his human form. Because he was much bigger after revealing his true form, his agility was not as strong as when he was in his human form. It was not good for him to dodge Lin Tian's fist. Lin Tian's fist could easily hit his true form. There was nothing wrong with his train of thought. However, even though he had returned to his human form, it was still difficult for him to dodge Lin Tian's fists. Lin Tian's fists continued to land on his body, and the sound of bones shattering continued to ring out. Crack! Lin Tian stepped forward and hit the saint of Julie with his palm. He almost smashed the saint of Julie's head. Then he intertwined the 4-symbol seal in his hand. The powerful seal vibrated and pressed down on the saint of Julie. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air was heard. A blood cone shot out and pierced the saint of Julie's forehead. Human, you're really strong. However, you seem to have used up a lot of your divine power. How much combat strength do you have left? Chapter 1892. Clattering sounds rang out, carrying strands of blood fiendish aura, as well as the fluctuations of divine Tao laws. Clearly, those chains were definitely not a single ordinary technique, but a divine technique executed with the coordination of divine Tao laws. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at the divine son of Bloody Silk Ridge, his expression still unchanged. Previously, he had seen this person standing with the saint of Julie Cave, so he knew that when the saint of Julie Cave was about to be defeated, he would definitely attack him. Boom! Golden divine light shook all directions. Behind him, divine elephants rose and smashed straight at the divine son of Bloody Silk Ridge, shattering the blood all that the divine son of Bloody Silk Ridge had sent over. Only the bloody chains continued to pierce toward him. The divine son of Bloody Silk Ridge laughed sinisterly. The bloody chains were extraordinary. They continued to vibrate, shattering divine elephants. As expected, I've used up a lot of divine power, and I don't have much combat power left. He spoke. Even more blood-colored chains appeared behind him, releasing kungchiang noises. After piercing through the divine images of sex, they directly pierced towards Lin Tian. I won't try to recruit you like Li Cave's holy child. It's meaningless, too unnecessary. You can just directly be buried here. Crack, crack, crack. The bloody chains carried the terrifying aura of divine path, law, and bloody aura, as if they could pierce through everything. Indeed, I don't have much divine power left, but it's enough to deal with you. Lin Tiandao. With a boom, the reincarnation diagram appeared once again. The divine path of thunder and the divine path of nature merged into it in a straight line. Then he also brought out the most mysterious nameless law of Tao and merged it into the reincarnation diagram, directly summoning the strongest reincarnation diagram of the divine path. Swish, swish, swish. With a soft sound, the bloody chains that the divine son of Bloody Silk Ridge had sent out were all shattered in an instant. You, the divine son of Bloody Silk Ridge's expression, changed immediately. At this time, the techniques that Lin Tian had used were obviously stronger than all the techniques that he had used in the battle with the saint of Julie Cave. I told you, even if I don't have enough divine power, it's enough to deal with you. Lin Tiandao. As his words fell, the divine Tao reincarnation diagram that had fused with the nameless Tao law trembled and blasted toward Blood Silkworm Shensi once again. blood silkworm, Shensi let out a low roar, unleashing all kinds of great techniques to face Lin Tian. The two collided. Divine light and demonic radiance rumbled. Bang! After a dozen breaths of time, bloodworm Shensi was swept away again. The divine path reincarnation diagram that was fused with the nameless Tao law was too powerful. With Lin Tian's current cultivation, he could sweep through anyone below the divine king realm. Not many could withstand it. He still has such a great technique? What kind of technique is this? He had already used up more than half of his divine power in the battle with the nine-li Holy Sun. Now that the blood silkworm Holy Sun is at his peak, he is still no match for him. The cultivators of the great Brahma divine land trembled in fear. The other trial takers were also shocked. They were completely stunned by Lin Tian's battle posture. Boom! 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 On the battlefield, Lin Tian used the reincarnation diagram that was fused with the nameless Tao law to bombard the blood silkworm, Holy Sun. The diagram was dazzling and its aura was vast and majestic. The blood silkworm, Holy Sun, could not withstand it, even with all his techniques. He was sent flying again and again, coughing up blood. Clang! The sound of swords was ear-piercing and clanging. The nine-li Holy Sun attacked together at this time. The purple demon sword swept across Lin Tian. You can't do it together. Lin Tian's voice was very calm. He used his strongest divine path reincarnation diagram. At the same time, he also used the 5 Thunder Sky Shock incantation. Purple lightning constantly struck from the sky, turning this place into a purple sea of lightning. The power of the lightning was incomparably tyrannical. He stepped out of the sea of lightning and fought the nine-li Holy Sun and the blood silkworm, Holy Sun, at the same time. He was like the god of thunder walking the world. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed. Bang! Bang! 2 consecutive sounds. The nine-li cave Holy Sun and the blood silkworm mountain, Holy Sun, were swept away. Dense cracks appeared on the surface of their bodies. The blood silkworm mountain, Holy Sun, growled and used the 9 revolutions, mystic art of blood silkworm mountain. 9 blood shadows appeared and attacked Lin Tian from 9 different directions. At the same time, the nine-li cave Holy Sun used the nine-li cave technique and attacked Lin Tian together with the blood silkworm mountain, Holy Sun. You're not enough. Lin Tian on Tao. With a boom, the divine Tao reincarnation diagram shook violently. Together with the 5 heaven-shaking thunders, spell of supreme yang and supreme aura, it shattered the 9 blood shadows of the bloodworm godchild and the Julie Saint Child's Julie technique. Once again, the 2 were sent flying several hundred feet away. It's about time. He raised his hand and the 4-symbol seal appeared. It covered the sky and pressed down on the blood silkworm, Holy Sun, and the nine-li Holy Sun. The nine-li Holy Sun and the blood silkworm, Holy Sun, were shrouded in it immediately. They instantly felt the fierce sealing power. Their demonic power flow was limited in an instant. Then their mobility was completely restricted and suppressed. Such a scene truly shocked the crowd of cultivators here. The blood silkworm Holy Sun and the nine-li Holy Sun were suppressed at the same time. How could this be? The cultivators of Daffin Divine Land were shocked. At the same time, the trial takers of thousands of tribes were also shocked. Because the nine-li Holy Sun attacked Lin Tian earlier, the cultivators of Daffin Divine Land nearby couldn't help but look over and stop the battle with the trial takers. Therefore, they also stopped and watched the battle between Lin Tian and the nine-li Holy Sun. Then, they saw the blood silkworm, Holy Sun, join the battle. During this process, they all came to know that nine-li Saint Child and Shui, silkworm godchild, had great origins. They were the most terrifying godchild level characters in this Daffin Divine Earth. Their battle prowess was frightening, and they were illustrious among their peers in Daffin Divine Earth. But now these two powerhouses of the same generation in the Dauphin Divine Land were actually defeated at this moment. They had joined forces to attack Lin Tian, but they were actually suppressed by Lin Tian. What kind of battle strength was this? I'm afraid he's invincible below the godly king. Moreover, his cultivation doesn't seem to have reached middle stage heavenly god. This aptitude is simply... Someone's voice trembled. Wuxing Crocodile watched Lin Tian suppress the 9, Li Holy Sun, and the Blood Silkworm, Holy Sun together, and couldn't help but chuckle. He's really invincible below the godly king. Yeah, little Taichu said in a childish voice, obviously agreeing with Wuxing Crocodile. In front, on the battlefield, Lin Tian suppressed the 9, Li Holy Sun, and the Blood Silkworm, Holy Sun with the 4-symbol seal. He looked down at them indifferently and then narrowed his eyes.